that are seated in the public gallery. Compuera Academy from Dagoretti South Constituency, Nairobi County. And Harambee School, Makadara, Harambee School from Makadara Constituency, Nairobi County. I also wish to welcome another set of schools seated in the Speaker's Gallery. That's St. Clair Girls School from Gatundu South Constituency, Kiambu County. And I now call upon the Honorable KJ Kiare to welcome the schools on our behalf and also use the opportunity to make the announcements relating to the Scouts Founders Day. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I truly thank you. And I take this opportunity to thank the learners who have visited Parliament today and to welcome them to Parliament. And allow me, Madam Speaker, to single out Riara School. Riara School is an exceptional school within the Dagoretti area, a school founded by great educators in this country, Mr. and Mrs. Gashukia and the Gashukia family. And for more than 4 decades, this school has been an exceptional school in terms of quality of academic and even extracurricular. And so I want to welcome the learners to Bunge today. And this is where the laws of the land are made. And all the laws that we make in this Bunge, we make them with the consideration of what you see in that banner there that says all the things we do here, we do them for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. Madam Speaker, I will also take this opportunity to let the members know that this coming weekend is a most important weekend for the scouting community. And I say this, leading a caucus in this parliament known as the World Scout Parliamentary Union, a very vibrant and active caucus of whose membership are also very active members like the member for Waraka, the Honorable TJ, a very committed member and a scout. And this caucus brings together parliamentarians who are interested in scouting and are supporting scouting in the Republic. Madam Speaker, as you would know, Kenya holds a very special place in scouting in the world. The founder of scouting, one Lord Baden-Powell, and his wife, Lady Powell, decided that their final resting place shall be in Kenya. And so the remains of the founders of the World Scouting Movement are here in Kenya. And so I take this opportunity to welcome all members of Parliament to Nyeri, the scouting capital of the world, for the most important activity in scouting calendar, which is the World Scouting Founders Day that shall be taking place in Nyeri this weekend. Finally, Madam Speaker, scouting as a movement is no longer what it used to be when we were young. We used to see how vibrant scouting used to be. We have, as a house, to ask ourselves, if the scouting is getting monies out of our budget, if scouting is getting money out of the exchequer, is this parliament on top of the issues that are happening in the scouting movement? Are we supporting the Kenya Scouting Association as we should? Are we taking them to task in how we should in developing scouting in this country? Madam Speaker, these shall be issues that shall be discussed this weekend as we seek to bring back the former lost glory into scouting and calling upon this House to take its rightful place in the oversight of the scouting activities in this country. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity and welcome everybody to Founders Day of the scouting movement at Nyeri, the capital city of scouting in the entire world. Welcome, learners, and if you have not joined the scouting movement, make sure you join scouting in your school, and you shall be supported by this parliament through the World Scout Parliamentary Union. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
KJ, thank you very much. Honorable members, we are going to reorganize the order paper this way. We'll go to order number 10. Then we'll go to 15, and then we will go to 13. We will get there, honorable members. We'll get there. Next order.
Order number 10, the Assumption of the Office of President and Transition of Executive Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the procedure and ceremony for the assumption of the office of president by the president-elect in accordance with Article 141 of the Constitution, the orderly transition of executive authority before and after a presidential election, and for connected purposes. Order number 15, the Public Finance Management Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2024, second reading.
Majority Leader, Leader of the Majority Party, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Finance Management Bill 2024 be read the second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill was read for the first time on 19th June of 2024 and was then committed to the Committee for Consideration and tabling of report. I'd like to thank the committee for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the Public Finance Management Act, CAP 412, to align the timelines for the passing and consideration of the finance bill by the county assemblies and the National Assembly. And to be more specific, Honorable Speaker, Clause 2 of the bill seeks to amend Section 1292A of the Act to provide for clarity on and harmonization of timelines for passing of the finance bill between county assemblies and National Assembly. Just harmonizing. And it seeks to delete the words, except the finance bill in Section 1292A of the Act and Section 1292A of the Act, then provide as follows, Honorable Speaker, that following approval by the County Executive Committee, the County Executive Committee member for Finance shall submit to the County Assembly the budget estimates, supporting documents, and any other bill, Honorable Speaker, that requires to implement the budget, except the finance bill by 30th April in that year. Honorable Speaker, the key word in this particular amendment will be except the finance bill. That is what this particular bill seeks to include in that particular clause. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, Clause 3 of the bill seeks to introduce a new Section 131A to provide for similar procedures for submissions and considering the passing of the finance bill in the County Assembly as that of the National Assembly. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, that new Section 131A will then provide as follows, because it's actually a new one. Submission, consideration, and passing of the County Finance Bill. Number 131A, 1. County Executive Committee member for Finance shall submit to the County Assembly on or before 30th April the County Finance Bill setting out the revenue measures of the county government. There are clear timelines here, Honorable Speaker, that did not exist in the previous one. And following, and then it will provide under 2, that following submission of the County Finance Bill by County Executive Committee member for Finance, the relevant committee of the County Assembly shall introduce the bill in the County Assembly. 3 will provide that the County Assembly shall consider and pass the County Finance Bill with or without amendments in time for it to be presented for assent by 30th June each year. This hasn't been there, Honorable Speaker, and that really seeks to help harmonize such things, Honorable Speaker. And 4 will provide for any recommendations made by the relevant committee of the County Assembly or resolution passed by the County Assembly on revenue matters shall ensure that the total amount of revenue raised is consistent with the approved fiscal framework. The word here is consistent with the approved fiscal framework. B, take into account the principles of equity, certainty, and ease of collection. C, consider the impact of the proposed changes on the composition of the tax revenue with reference to direct and indirect taxes. And then D, consider domestic, regional, and international tax trends. E, consider the impact on development and investment, employment, and economic growth. And F, Honorable Speaker, it will take into account the taxation and other tariff arrangements and obligations that Kenya has ratified, including the taxation and the tariff arrangements under the East African Community Treaty. And 5, Honorable Speaker, the recommendation of the County Executive Committee member for Finance shall be included in report and tabled in the County Assembly. Because there has been disparities, Honorable Speaker. There hasn't been really a harmonized system between the County Executive Committee members and the County Assembly, because there was utmost autonomy by the County Executive Committees, which is detrimental now to the works of the County Assembly as an assembly. Honorable Speaker, Clause 4 of the bill seeks to appeal Section 133 to align the practice in the County Assembly to that of the National Assembly in consideration of the Finance Bill. This must be clear. You know, the only finance bill that Kenyans know or Kenyans are aware of is the Finance Bill by the National Assembly. Kenyans are unaware that every county assembly also has their own finance bill. So we want to realign that. This particular bill seeks to realign such so that we have a replica of what happens in the National Assembly as far as the finance bill is concerned, and should replicate to what happens in the county assemblies, Honorable Speaker. And that is what Section 133 seeks to amend. And it provides that not later than 90 days after passing the appropriation bill, the county assembly shall consider and approve the finance bill with or without amendments. Well, Speaker, this is very important, because the casual way to which the county assemblies and the county governments run their business affairs, especially the business of the finance bills, Honorable Speaker, will be put to a stop. It now is well aligned within the law. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, this bill contributes largely to the development of this country in terms of the finance sector. It contributes largely towards, of course, realigning the funds that come through such provisions that are introduced in the finance bill. And I therefore urge the honorable members to support this bill as it is. And I therefore beg to move, Honorable Speaker, and ask the Honorable Jared Okello to second.
Thank you. The Honorable Jared Okello.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to second this bill that has been proposed by the majority whip, my brother Honorable Osoro. Madam Speaker, it is true that there has been a disconnect between the budget process at the counties together with the budget processes within the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker. And this bill seeks to create a level of uniformity in our budgeting processes, Honorable Speaker. Certain times budgets are passed here, monies are appropriated, even those that are going to the counties, yet the counties are not ready with their own budgets, Honorable Speaker. So they push Treasury to give them monies without necessarily having what that money is going to do in their various counties, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this is a very important bill that will seek to cure that kind of disconnect, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, counties do not come up with full disclosure. We know that there are certain times that the monies that they get as personal revenue or revenue mopped up by themselves in the counties are never reflected into the final budgets that they come up with. And therefore, we wonder that these counties make so much money, monies that we do not know about, monies that are able to run their affairs in the various counties, but yet they push the national government out of that fund that the shareable revenue. That is exactly what they're waiting for. So we ask ourselves, Honorable Speaker, that in order not to devolve corruption at the county levels, governors, together with their respective CECs in charge of finance, must come up with full disclosure so that we can know with exactitude how much is expended to these counties, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill, as it seeks to come up with a level of uniformity, also challenges counties to do the right things at the right time, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we believe that moving forward as a country, the two levels of government, because we have 48 levels of government, or 48 governments in the country, the national government together with the 47 county governments, Madam Speaker, that there will be a level of sync in what they do. There will be reaching across the aisle so that whereas they are dependent or are independent in what they do, there will be also a level of interdependentness, that the county governments will be listening to what happens in the national government, and the national government will, in return, consult, very aggressively so, by the county governments, Honorable Speaker. I therefore support this bill that has been proposed by the majority leader, and therefore I second, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jared Okello. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Public Finance Management Amendment Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 26 of 2024, be read a second time. Honorable members, before I do that, I would like to take this opportunity, honorable members, to welcome students seated in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, students from Muthaiga Junior School from Gilgil constituency, Nakuru County. You are welcome to the National Assembly to observe proceedings of the House. And honorable members, in line with that, I would like to invite the Honorable Martha Wangari to welcome the students.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The reason you hear Honorable Mboko laughing is because this week I have been receiving schools right from Tuesday and the day before yesterday and yesterday. But Madam Speaker, today I am very delighted because we are hosting a school that is not from town. Yesterday and the day before we were hosting a school called Gilgil Day Secondary School. Today we are hosting a school from the rural Gilgil constituency, from a ward called Elementaita. And Madam Speaker was visiting these young men and young boys and girls 2 weeks ago. And they were very excited to come to Parliament. So I would just opportunity to encourage them that they can be able to learn something from us. And at the end of the day, in a few years to come, Madam Speaker, they will be the ones who will be sitting where we are sitting. And they are very excited today, Madam Speaker, because they have actually sat in the Speaker's Gallery. I want to thank the Clerk's office again and the Speaker's office for allowing and making it possible. And you know, Madam Speaker, since the day not to forget, June the 25th, it's time we are now seeing children this session. So I hope we can be able to keep it up so that they can also be able to learn from us. And we also learn from them, Madam Speaker, because I was interacting with them outside there and they're asking you questions that you also have to research and also be able to answer. So Madam Speaker, thank you for the indulgence and thank you for this chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Martha Wangari. Honorable members, now we can proceed to debate, and I would like to give the first opportunity to the Honorable Rahim Dawood, member for North Imenti. Anyone interested in, may I now put the question? Honorable members, is it the mood of the House that I put the question? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? Therefore, honorable members, I now put the question that the Public Finance Management Amendment Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 26 of 2024 be read a second time. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Finance Management Act and for connected purposes. Order number 13, the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024, second reading.
Leader of Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Culture Bill 2024 be read for the second time. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I wish to commend the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture for a job well done in this particular bill, Honorable Speaker. As you're aware, this bill was informed by Article 11 of the Constitution of Kenya, which recognizes culture as the foundation of the nation and as the cumulative civilization of the Kenyan people and nation. It commits the government to promote all forms of national and cultural expressions through literature, the arts, traditional celebrations, science, communications, information, mass media, publications, libraries, and other cultural heritage. Notably, since independence, Kenya has never enacted a comprehensive legislative framework to support the integration of culture and cultural heritage in the national development agenda. And therefore, Kenya is yet to fully harness the potential of culture, cultural property, cultural heritage, creative industries, and Kenya's cultural diversity to promote and enhance social culture, political, and even economic development, Honorable Speaker. Kenya's traditional values and morals have been seriously eroded, Honorable Speaker, leading to exploitation of cultural diversity that fuels ethnic animosity and division. Because we are really watering down our cultural beliefs and morals. And through the enactment of the Cultural Bill 2024, Kenya shall be in a position to address these issues in a systematic and comprehensive way, Honorable Speaker. Additionally, this bill is also intended to facilitate the implementation of international conventions and treaties that have been ratified by Kenya, including the International Conventions on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights of 1966, the UNESCO Convention on the Protection of the World Cultural and National Heritage of 1972, and even the UNESCO Convention of the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage of 2003. But, Honorable Speaker, let me give an overview of this bill. This bill, Honorable Speaker, as presented before this House, has 33 clauses, and it seeks to give effect to 11(2)(a) of the Constitution, which mandates the state to promote all forms of national and cultural expression through literature, through arts, through traditional celebrations, through science, through communication, through information, through mass media, through publication, through libraries, and also through cultural heritage. In fact, this also, Honorable Speaker, aligns very well with the current education system, commonly known as the CBC, which seeks to align students with their, strengths, or rather it does, the system itself gives in what you call a SWOT analysis, for lack of a better word, Honorable Speaker, that then will give students a clear line of thought on where they want to go. So this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, puts those particular elements of arts in place, the traditional celebrations, the science, and all those things that involves our lives, Honorable Speaker. Part 1 to 4, in particular, of the bill deals with preliminary matters, which includes the interpretation of key terms and the object of the purpose of the bill. This, of course, it gives then effects of Article 11 of the Constitution, to align itself with Article 11 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. And Clause 4 of the bill sets out the guiding principles, which includes the national values and principles set out in Article 10, 27, 201, and 232 of the Constitution, giving equal recognition, Honorable Speaker, dignity and respect to all cultures, including cultures of minorities or marginalized people. Honorable Speaker, this question of giving dignity to culture is very important. We must appreciate different cultures. We must appreciate that we come from different cultures and different beliefs. And when you see, I'm seeing the member for Samburu looking at me keenly, because I am actually speaking to her heart, that when you see people having their ears, pierced, like like what I see some honorable members, we've seen those several honorable members having their ears pierced. We should appreciate their culture and honor them as they are. And that is what this bill, Honorable Speaker, seeks to do. You appreciate their culture, it has a history, it has a reason to why that is done. So part 1 to 4 seeks to define such. Part 11 of this bill, Honorable Speaker, which is clause 5 to 19 of the bill, establishes the management of culture in Kenya, and delineates the functions of both the national and county governments in clause 5 and 6 respectively. Currently, as it is, by the mere fact that cultures have been led under the management of the county governments, there is really little that the national governments can do. And this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, now seeks now to give clear roles, distinct roles of both the national government and the county governments as far as cultures or the management of culture is concerned. Because we are slowly, if you are not very keen, we are slowly losing our cultures because of course, of several factors. Clause 7 provides for the establishment of a cultural database by the national government and by the county governments, which shall preserve information on culture and cultural heritage. This part also provides for the access of the information so that one is able to learn and see what, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the members behind me. No, I will, the Honorable Member for Thika is holding a meeting, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me for... And the meeting, you want to? Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, clause 9 provides for the establishment of mechanisms for determination and payment of royalties to communities for the use of their culture and cultural heritage, which shall be guided by the impact, economic value, cultural value, whether it will be used periodic or continuously, the effect among other key factors. Honorable Speaker, royalty is very important. You know, that as we appreciate culture, the monies or the revenue that is generated from such should have an impact on the society that lives within. Currently, Honorable Speaker, very few communities are able to enjoy royalties that are raised from the cultures in different areas. And to be very particular, when you go to Masai Mara, Honorable Speaker, you'll realize that as we pay, as people pay to see animals, to walk around the park, Honorable Speaker, you realize that the county governments have invested in people that man around that area, Honorable Speaker, who are not from the national government. The royalties that are enjoyed from such, Honorable Speaker, must replicate to the communities that live from that area. And that is what clause 9 seeks, Honorable Speaker, to include. Clause 10 outlines the exceptions and limitations to compensation for use of culture and cultural heritage in the public interest. There ought to be compensation, Honorable Speaker, on when we use people's, or rather our communities' cultures. Clause 11 of the bill deals with procedure for the export, import, and transfer of inventoried cultural property under the supervision and direction of the Cabinet Secretary. Clause 12 prescribes the procedure for the application to the Cabinet Secretary and consideration of application for the conduct of research on any cultural property entered in the national database. And even going forward, Honorable Speaker, we should even move it further, even as we took in this clause 12, as we go to the next step. There is need for us to have cultural centers in every county or in every ethnic group area so that people are able to learn. Our children are able to know where we came from and how, their forefathers and grandfathers used to live then. Clause 13, 14, and 15 provide for the procedure for the registration of cultural property, the manner of notification when registration has been refused, and the validity of a register and certificate of registration of a cultural property. Clause 17 and 18 deal with the recognition, promotion, and protection of cultural expressions. Clause 19 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, deals with circumstances under which a tangible cultural heritage shall be seized and disposed of under this particular act, Honorable Speaker. And then we move to part 3, which is the final part of this particular bill, Honorable Speaker. It runs from clause 20 to 29 of the bill, and it sets out the offenses and penalties The offenses include theft of the cultural property, sale of protected cultural property, where you want to enrich yourself on the land that belongs to a particular culture or particular community for cultural purposes, forgery or fraud relating to cultural property, damage to cultural expressions, exportation of cultural property without permit, and unauthorized removal of cultural property. Honorable Speaker, these penalties attract a fine of up to 200,000 shillings to imprisonment or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, or even both, Honorable Speaker. Other offenses provided for in the bill, Honorable Speaker, are failure to comply with the conditions for the registration of cultural property, undertaking research into yes, I hear Honorable Mboko seeks clarity. The bill seeks to set penalties and fines for those people who mess around with such, and you can be fined up to 200,000 shillings or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, or both, Members are invited, of course, as we move to the next stage, to seek amendments or to raise if they consider that too little, or to reduce if they consider it a bit more retributive. Other offenses, Honorable Speaker, provided for in the bill are failure to comply with the conditions for the registration of cultural property, undertaking such research into cultural property without permit. You go to some place, you just want to do a cultural research without permit, loaning cultural properties without a permit, damage to inventoried cultural property, wrongful possession of cultural property. And this, as we move to the next step, Honorable Speaker, it's important for us to know that we'll have again to identify what can be termed as a cultural property, so that you are not found with something that you really own, you take pride in, and somebody says it's a cultural property. Counterfeiting and misrepresentation of cultural property, the use of images of cultural property without permission, providing false and misleading information under the Act, and willfully impeding of obstructing a person performing a function or exercising a power under the Act. Honorable Speaker, the penalties on this, and this is where Honorable Mboko Milemba should be very keen on. The penalties for this, Honorable Speaker, includes fines up to 500,000 shillings or imprisonment for a term of up to 2 years, or both. Again, this House is invited, of course, to make any amendment as we go to the next step, because I still feel that there are members, of course, who feel like the 2 years are very small or very little for such an offender, and they should be raised maybe perhaps to 5. But as it is 2 years or both. Honorable Speaker, Part 4 of the bill, I beg your pardon, Honorable Speaker, I had said that the Part 3 was the final one. This is now the very final one. 4 of the bill runs from clause 30 to 33 of the bill, and it gives the general provisions in related to fees and charges and transitional matters. The schedule to the bill provides for the National Cultural Institution, and that is the Kenya Cultural Center, National Libraries, the National Museums of Kenya, the Kenya National Archives, and the Documentation Service. Some of these things exist, Honorable Speaker, but they're not really well marketed in the country. And long ago, days have, things are changing over time, and people are really moving to now modern cultures instead of going and maintaining the history. Honorable Speaker, I have had a chance to look at the report of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on its consideration of the Culture Bill, and I'm aware that the committee will be proposing amendments during the Committee of the Whole House. And that is why I say even several members that seek to introduce changes, they are invited during the Committee of the Whole House. And we do agree with the proposed amendments by the committee as they seek to bring better clarity in the bill, as well as to ensure that the bill does not conflict with the existing Protection of Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Extension Act, that is CAP 218A. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to request the honorable members to support the bill, because this bill, Honorable Speaker, will ensure that the cultural property and cultural heritage are embedded in all spheres of national development agenda. I therefore beg to move, Honorable Speaker, and I ask the Chairman, Departmental Committee of Legal and Justice Affairs, Manenos, to second.
Manenos Affairs.
Proceed, Member for Tharaka and Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the mover and the chief whip of the majority is actually being hilarious by saying that these manenos of law are actually under justice and legal affairs. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to second the bill. The culture bill, a bill that has come to this house so that we are able to actually codify the law relating to various cultural practices in the country. This is a law that is of great interest to most of us because we have a checkered history of our culture, and especially after the advent of the white man who came over with extremely offensive opinions about our culture. Most of what we used to practice as Africans was declared to be repugnant, offensive to morality, as a result of which we were convinced to abandon that culture so that we are able to assume the white man's culture. Time has come for the country to relook at what its position is as regards culture and heritage, and especially when it comes to outright theft of our heritage by people who once told us that our culture was actually repugnant to the good order of human beings. So this is a law that is timely. This is a law that we should look at as a house, and I would encourage every member of parliament to obtain a copy of this bill, go through it, and make an argument in support especially so that we are able to preserve our culture, we are able to preserve our heritage, and where possible, we are also able to make out a living from such culture and heritage. So I have looked at this bill. It is extremely a good bill that begins with trying to define what our culture and heritage is, and also trying to tell us what would happen if you actually breached any provisions of the particular law and you are actually convicted of those offenses. Culture needs to be managed, and we have seen our traditional practices sometimes coming into play when we are doing national events or we are carrying out other cultural events. And unfortunately, this is not codified anywhere. You come, you make your presentation, people decide to pay you tokens, or you are paid nothing at all, and the story ends there. Now we are looking at what would happen if I actually have what they are calling an inventory of my culture that I'm going to practice, and we catch you trying to cheat another person out of that practice. You would be committing an offense under this law, and on conviction, you would actually face a fine, and in default, you may actually go to jail, or you may actually get a fine and a jail term simultaneously. So let us have the management of our culture, which we are actually giving to the national government. Because sometimes we feel the county governments may not have the capacity to manage this culture, but they would have a role in establishing the databases and the areas that have to be codified as heritage. So this is defined in the part 2, what the national government is supposed to do and what the county government is also supposed to do. The requirement that you have to register, and after registration, you have to validate your registration from time to time. Then we've been given the offenses. And these offenses are curious. And I would urge the members of parliament to look at part 3, which runs from section 20, which is clause 20, all the way up to clause 29. And I may point out a few of these offenses which I say are curious. For example, under clause 24, any person who intentionally damages or destroys an inventoried cultural property or artifact commits an offense and shall, on conviction, be liable to imprisonment for life. Honorable members, you have to look at this because it may be disproportionate, such that if you ever commit any of the offenses under section 24, you would actually be jailed for life. And the discretion of the court is taken away. I think this may be disproportionate, and we may just have to relook at it when we go to the committee of the whole house. What is also interesting is 25. A person who is found in possession of cultural property to which he or she has no lawful right commits an offense. Again, we have to define what it means to be in possession, because some of these cultural properties are inherited. They are actually inborn with the person, and therefore he may not know when to license that property or not to license the property, and therefore you may actually be convicted of an offense which there would be no, what we know in law as mens rea. And we move on to see the powers of the cabinet secretary, which are to actually make regulations, and this is after public participation, so that every person is informed of what is going to happen when it comes to safeguarding the heritage and the cultural practices which we actually have. And finally, it's important to say that I come from a community that is extremely rich in culture, the Tharaka community in Tharaka Nithi. This is why every year all of us congregate at a place known as Uragate near the Meru National Park for an annual event, the Tharaka Nithi Cultural Event. And this is very interesting because while we are able to attract as many visitors as we can, there are no regulations on what happens apart from to bring in the Tharaka dancers and their friends from the rest of the county and the Meru County and the cultures that surround Ukambani, and that is all. I think we need a law like this one which will actually tell us what it is we can do, what we cannot do, and what we are likely to benefit from when we have such events every year. Not only just Tharaka, I have seen this happening in Turkana, I've seen it happening in Masai Land. This is all over the country. Everybody coming up with an annual cultural event, but unfortunately, we have no law that guides this, and therefore it becomes a free for all. So with these remarks, it is important that we look at this law, and thereafter, let us look at what regulations are likely to be made, and eventually, we will now be back on track, away from that mentality that we used to have, that everything that is African is repugnant to justice and morality. That must come to an end now, and we start seeing ourselves as a cultured people, a people who have their own culture, which culture we must protect. I know there are areas that we may not have been right. Some practices were actually not as good in terms of human beings' rights, in terms of modern practices, and those we have discarded. But there's a lot more that we have, which we are going to protect under this law, including areas, places that we have termed as heritages of certain communities, which areas must be protected. So with those very many remarks, I beg to second this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable members, I now propose the question. that the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024, be read a second time. Honorable members, before I put the question, I see that there is some interest in this bill. I request those who are interested in this bill to go to the intervention button. And honorable members, I start with the Honorable Julius Ole Sunkuli, member for Kilgoris.
Madam Speaker, I wish to support, but mainly because my chief whip there of the broad-based government has said that he begs us to support. But in reality, and I say I support, I repeat, I support. But, Madam Speaker, this is actually not a culture bill. It should have been called a cultural artifacts bill. Because what it basically does is to protect the use of artifacts, the things that are cultural. And the offenses that are given are for those who try to destroy cultural artifacts and things that are actually falling within the tangible aspects of culture. But, Madam Speaker, culture is wider than artifacts. And I appreciate the movers of the bill saying that we need to protect the cultural artifacts. I know from where Honorable Osoro comes from, there is a big guitar called the Obokano. Unfortunately, it's not listening because somebody's there. Yes, we need to protect the Obokano so that not everybody can use it as their cultural artifact. Or the Chiondo, or Kiondo from central Kenya. Or the kind of things that we have in Maasai land, where we are happy that nowadays everybody wants to wear a Maasai shuka. But Madam Speaker, we need a law that is going to address what benefits there will come for those of us who have made this wide contribution to the culture of Kenya. And also that we try and prevent counterfeits of these things. I went to a Chinese market one day at a place called Liu, and I saw Maasai beads being counterfeited there. I think if these things are done within Kenya, there should be a law that will protect them. But that is just about artifacts. This bill, therefore, needs a lot of work to be done on it. And the first thing we need to do, which has not been done, is actually to address the real issue. First of all, why this bill creates an offense called doing research without permission. I mean, I don't know where the author of that offense is coming from, because research is what actually promotes culture. If somebody wants to know the origins of the Embu dance or the origins of the coastal dances, I think that they should not go and ask anybody for a permit for it. The person could research on that culture, write about the culture, publish the culture, and sell the books about that culture. That culture will become known in Kenya and outside Kenya. So we would like to see that when amendments are made, this idea that you need to seek permission in order to research a particular culture should be removed from our offenses. There is never any excuse why we outlaw research. Research should be done, and there should be no clearing house for research, because in the first place, we are giving this authority to people who themselves do not know what the culture is. Secondly, Madam Speaker, when you look at this law, and it comes to the real issues about culture itself, and that is made in clause 9 of the bill, everything about the cultural law has been given to the counties and to the cabinet secretary. Now, if you want an example of the Maasai culture, the Maasai culture is practiced by the Maasai people. And the Maasai people live in Narok, they live in Kajiado, they live in Tanzania, they live the map generally, if you want to include the Samburu, you want to include the Gems. I do not see why this is given to the county governments to be their jurisdiction. This should be a national policy, not supposed to be restricted to a particular county. And if you give it to a county to make the law, does it become subsidiary legislation or does it become the main law? This bill should have taken more public participation and put what it wanted to say inside the bill, instead of saying that the law is, let the cabinet minister make the law. That is not law. These things should say exactly what the national policy should be. Because they say that the county government should make the law in line with the national policy. But where is the national policy about culture right now? There is none. It ought to have been put in this law so that we know what actually the law is saying about culture. So, Madam Speaker, the way I see it myself, a lot needs to be done in this bill. Either we begin with it and then keep on building on it. I think not enough public participation was done. It escaped all of us during the public participation period because we would have said what we wanted to put in this bill. And again, another point that I would like to not to leave unmentioned is the fact that communities ought to have a way in which they actually determine what goes into their cultural bill. I do not think that people were addressed according to their communities. The Turkanas had their cultural day just a few months ago. I do not know that anybody approached the Turkanas to ask them, what do you want to put in the cultural bill? The Ma communities held their cultural festival in Archer's Post the other day. Nobody asked them what actually needs to go into this cultural bill. The Kalenjin people held their functions in Mount Elgon the other day. Nobody actually approached them to ask them what needs to go into their cultural bill. The coastal area is very rich with culture. Everybody, everywhere, culture is roaring and it's being practiced. But we need to do more. We need to ask communities, what do you want to go into this bill of culture? Otherwise, a lot of work needs to be done. But again, in honor of the Chief Whip who says we support this bill, let us support it as a work in progress. I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Omboko Milemba, member for Emuhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me thank the Whip for moving this bill so well and clearly so, and thank the committee for what they did on trying to bring a bill that will guide culture. And some milestones have been made, whereas we still have room for improvement, like on the role of the county government and the national government. I think the role of the national government should be given more emphasis because culture was supposed to unite us in Kenya. And if we leave it to be managed in enclaves and pockets, like the earlier speaker almost alluded to, then we kill the spirit of using culture as a means to integrate the country. Another milestone was the issue of royalties, which I really loved, because many foreigners and people use cultural artifacts and other expressions without payment. The Maasais, I think, have suffered most because their regalia and other artifactual materials are being used. There is also the issue of database, great milestone highlighted by the bill, because this will assist us to keep track of what is going on within the different cultures and even count them, know the progress. Honorable Speaker, there's the issue of the artifacts transfer and what it contains and so on and so forth. Creation of cultural centers in every county, great. Registration of cultural property, very, very great. And then finally, what I almost questioned was the punishments that have been proposed by the law when you do take away some of these cultural artifacts and other properties. And this I thought was too little, because if you say you'll punish by imprisoning somebody for 2 years or even less, or a fine of 100, 200,000. And you know, this is a person who has affected the entire community and their cultural landscape and expressions. Then it looks like we are casualizing what we really intended to achieve in terms of protecting culture and so on and so forth. Given that, Honorable Speaker, the cultural expressions and artifacts are very, very expensive mementos that can fetch very high prices elsewhere when removed from where they are. I talk about this as I look at where I come from, the strong culture of the Abasiekwe community, who are the only rainmakers in this country, and whom in 1963, when it was over-raining in Nairobi and we wanted to get independence, they were invited to come and stop the rains. And now if somebody interferes with them and then is only being fined 200,000 or an imprisonment of 2 years, that is too little. That's the Abasiekwe community, which still continues to make rains. And they have a number of issues about what we need to do, and this law should have provided that base to protect their culture so that it's not exuded by other people. It also reminds me of the Tiriki in Vihiga, who have a very strong cultural base. They have their forests and expressions, landscapes, which they use for circumcision. I think they'll be circumcising this year. And they really need to be protected. So when we casualize the punishments, then this is something we shall discuss and make amendments. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, is what the earlier speaker spoke to, because the bill seems to leave out certain areas of culture, which I'll call cultural patrimony. In cultural patrimony, you now go beyond the artifacts themselves and deal with cultural expressions and the nature of the culture itself. The law does not seem to go to that extent. It is identifying items and dealing with items of culture. But you know, culture includes even archaeological sites. So how are we going to deal with archaeological sites that are actually the mother of culture and the other cultural expressions that are supposed to be protected? There has been an attempt, Honorable Speaker, to protect culture using the international law. And this bill tries to actually actualize some of those conventions that try to protect culture internationally, which is very good. And one of such conventions has been the Hague Convention in its Article 1, which has tried to protect the cultural property and landscapes even during war. But then our bill must encompass the broadness of culture beyond the artifacts and the physical things that can be seen or carried from one place to another. Of course, not forgetting that what this parliament has always done, and which is wrong, and seems to happen again, is we get tired when we are making the law and indicate that the cabinet secretary shall make certain items or certain comments or certain laws, which otherwise is not his business to do. And this bill has also gone that direction. And therefore, for the third reading, we need to go into the details and make sure that we make a complete law, even if it's not be full, because culture is very broad, but it's a law that will be a beginning to protect our cultural practices moving forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I have the mic. Thank you very much. The Honorable Adan Kainan, member for Aldas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This culture bill introduced by the Leader of Majority seeks to promote, preserve, and institutionalize Kenya's rich and diverse cultural heritage, Madam Speaker. At the core of the bill proposes the establishment of National Cultural Heritage Council, a specialized body tasked with the management, promotion, and protection of Kenya's cultural heritage sites, indigenous practices, and artistic expression. The council's work is to preserve, is to create a culture of continuity and harnessing the promotion of our rich cultural heritage. Madam Speaker, this bill also attempts to create some sort of cultural preservation and revitalization. Kenya, Madam Speaker, is home to over 40 ethnic communities with distinct traditions, languages, artistic expression, and therefore this bill is timely because it attempts to safeguard the endangered languages like the Ogiek, the super language of my good friend, the Honorable Mili, and also attempts to protect sacred sites like the Kaya forest of the Mijikenda and preserve traditional craftsmanship such as the Maasai beadwork and the Lamu Swahili architecture. Madam Speaker, if you look at the face of Kenya, and you look at Mili and Mili Odhiambo and her language, the super language, and I'm sure they have been consumed by the rich Luo culture, they are still struggling, and therefore we need to create a special place for them so that even after the next generations, the super community is still remembered. Madam Speaker, this bill also will boost tourism and economic growth. Cultural heritage is a key driver of heritage tourism, Madam Speaker, which contributes significantly to Kenya's economy. Therefore, by promoting cultural festivals such as the Lake Turkana Cultural Festival, the Lamu Swahili Cultural Festival, and other, e.g. like the Lake Turkana Cultural Festival, Lamu Cultural Festival, and historical landmarks such as Fort Jesus, the Great Rift Valley prehistorical sites. The bill positions Kenya as a premier cultural tourism destination, Madam Speaker. And therefore, this in turn is expected to create job opportunities, support local artisans, and attract international investment. Madam Speaker, this bill, once passed, will also contribute to the strengthening of our national identity and unity. Madam Speaker, Kenya is a diverse nation. I always say that Kenya is a collection of many nation states. The rich historical, cultural heritage of these communities must be documented, contextualized, put into a form that can easily be used by the current generation and the future generation, Madam Speaker. And therefore, this cultural heritage, Madam Speaker, plays a fundamental role in our national identity and cohesion. And this is what this country requires. Madam Speaker, when the colonialists brought us together with our diverse cultural heritage, we attempted to get a Kenyan culture in the form of one language, one heritage, one identity, and we're still struggling. And therefore today, if you ask me, that is one thing that we should prioritize as leadership so that we have the Kenyan culture, the Kenyan identity, the Kenyan dress, the Kenyan way of thinking, the Kenyan way of doing things, so that that becomes the unique Kenyan identification. And therefore, I hope this bill, once passed, Madam Speaker, will accelerate our shared history and indigenous knowledge system, Madam Speaker. And therefore, again, once that is done, we'll see, as the bill aims to instill patriotism, encourage cultural pride, and bridge ethnic divides, ultimately reinforcing the sense of being a Kenyan, Madam Speaker. And this is one thing that has been lacking. Madam Speaker, over the years, we have prided ourselves. And this is one thing that really affects our national unity. Kenyans are known for their resilience. Kenyans are known for their focus. Kenyans are known for their rich cultural heritage. But Madam Speaker, what we have lacked is a law that will help us coalesce around that identity and project and promote and protect that Kenyan identity that will demonstrate the uniqueness of the Kenyan culture, not only locally, but also internationally, thus earning Kenya being a unique tourist destination, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, countries like Turkey, I wish you had that. Countries like Turkey, countries like United Arab Emirates, countries like Japan benefit from tourism. And yet they lack so many other natural resources, Madam Speaker. Can we be in the league of the same nation, Madam Speaker, once we identify and maximize on this critical national heritage, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, over the years also, there has been an attempt, because of this lack of identity, to profile, to stigmatize, and to divide the Kenyan society along regional lines, along regionalism, along tribal lines, Madam Speaker, along negative ethnicity, Madam Speaker. And this has discouraged, Madam Speaker, our identity as one united, sovereign state called Kenya, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, immediately after independence, we attempted to promote English at the expense of Kiswahili, Madam Speaker, which is a local, our own indigenous language, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's the high time that we also identify English is very good. It's the language of the white-collar job seekers. But equally, Madam Speaker, we also need to promote Kiswahili so that the Kenyan communities, Kiswahili is a collection of many languages, the Arabic language, the Turkish language, the Portuguese language, the Bantu language, and many other languages, Madam Speaker. And therefore, at times when we interact with our colleagues from the East African community, in particular the Tanzanians, we are lost. Which is the most refined Kiswahili? Is it the Kenyan Kiswahili, or the Tanzanian Kiswahili, or the East African Kiswahili, or the Central African Kiswahili, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, it's because of this that once this bill is passed, we hope and pray that some of these things will be collected, put together, and give us a clear identity. Madam Speaker, on the face of it, there are clear gaps in this particular bill, which must also be addressed. Madam Speaker, currently we have the National Museum of Kenya, we have the Kenya National Archive, and we have the Kenya Film Corporation. Madam Speaker, the role of these organizations must also be clearly acknowledged in order to avoid any perceived jurisdictional conflict, Madam Speaker. Because it is very easy to legislate this, and yet tomorrow, National Museum will come and say, this bill encroaches on their mandate. The National Archive will come and say, this bill encroaches on their mandate. The Kenya Film Commission will also say, this bill encroaches on their mandate. Madam Speaker, in the third reading, we must look at this, and I'm sure with the proper legal minds, this can also be addressed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this also requires, once this bill is passed, there is need to build capacity. Because we have many professionals, academic professionals. We need to have specialized people to deal with our culture, to deal with this particular, the implementation of this particular bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have passed many laws. Many laws. Madam Speaker, at times enforcement becomes a problem. We pass laws, and this country is known. Madam Speaker, in 1999, I had the privilege, and allow me to say this, I had the privilege of being a member of the Finance Bill, and Finance Committee, the Finance Committee, and we went to Malaysia.
I'll give 2 minutes. I'll give you two. I'll give you 2 for your 5 terms in this house. So 2 minutes.
Passing bills is one thing.
The next mic.
When we went to Malaysia in the name of benchmarking, Madam Speaker, we were told, we were with the late Honorable Michuki and many others, we were told, we went around, we were welcomed by the Deputy Speaker, by the clerk, and finally we asked for a document that we will use to improve the facilities in Nairobi and many other urban centers. Shockingly, the clerk went to the archive, their library, and gave us a document that they borrowed from Kenya in 1974. and we are told to use the same document for benchmarking. I will not be surprised that this bill and many other bills similar bills are in our archives. So what I'm trying to say, it's very easy to pass this bill. Are we ready to implement? Are we ready to domesticate this? Are we ready to enforce this? And this is one thing that we have been lacking. Very good in theories, very good in legislations, but when it comes to implementation, we are not very good. And therefore, this is a good bill, and I hope and pray that once we go through the third reading, we'll have a bill that meets the test of time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before you, Honorable Johanna Ngeno, I want to give an opportunity to the minority whip. So the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, please. Then we'll have Honorable Johanna Ngeno.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for indulging me, Madam Speaker, because as I'd requested, you know, we are having a current meeting with the different departments on the budget policy statements. So I have to run back. Madam Speaker, I wish to say that I support this bill. And Madam Speaker, there is definitely need for cultural preservation. And Madam Speaker, because culture is what shows our identity as a people. And people who don't have their culture or don't preserve their culture are a lost people because they don't know who they are. Madam Speaker, because I don't want to adversely mention a friendly country, of late I've been to many countries. And I can tell you there's one country that has built completely, you know, they brought a city anew. And if you actually look at that city, there's something that is lacking. It lacks a spirit because it lacks the culture. That they have done so much in the last 5 or so years to modernize it, but because the modernized aspect doesn't show you where they're coming from, the city feels empty. It doesn't have a spirit because it doesn't show what the people are like. And so, Madam Speaker, if you look at, for instance, somewhere like Marrakesh in Morocco, it shows where they're coming from. It's so beautiful, it shows the culture. But culture is not just manifest in the physical, but I like this bill because it just shows also that it is also in very different aspects, including language. And as a person who is a cultural minority, I know what that means. Madam Speaker, I am born a Suba. My father is a Suba. And I have seen in my generation how that has actually transformed over the years. Where up to my grandfather has a Luo name and a Suba name. All the people ahead of him have very Suba Bantu names. All of us are from my grandfather down, now only have Luo names. And we have lost the Suba names. Madam Speaker, fortunately, the language has been restored. So the Suba now speak Suba, but not all Suba speak Suba. But for a fact, we have almost lost all the culture in relation to Suba, except a few. And I want to thank the organizations that have been doing cultural events that seek to sustain what is a little that is remaining of the Suba people as a people. And Madam Speaker, I am actually a very proud Suba, even though I can tell you I'm both Suba and Luo because my mother is Luo. And I love that we preserve both the Luo culture and the Suba culture. Madam Speaker, one of the issues that I'd want to also indicate, which I've seen this bill commenting on, but we need to strengthen, is the issue of intellectual property rights on our culture. That there are so many people that have been appropriating our cultural issues. Give example of even our cultural dressing, Madam Speaker. And they go and sell it at a song. Yet it is actually who we are. And in the US now, it's a very big issue called cultural appropriation. That when you see people doing or saying things that is not there, people are saying, I don't want to culturally appropriate. And in the same manner, we need to use those same terminology that we actually criminalize cultural appropriation, or find a way, even if we don't criminalize it, to make sure that we preserve our culture and the things that are very important to us that other people may wish to appropriate. There must be a way in which they pay back to our societies for using that. Madam Speaker, I can tell you for a fact when I go outside, I wear this band on my head. And in Kenya, people just say, oh, Millie, we actually see you like it's an insignia, it's what shows who you are. But in a lot of communities in Kenya, we actually have this. It's just at a modernized mind. In the Luo culture, if you see me doing the beaded one, it is called ligisa. And ligisa is worn by women in leadership. So if you see me wearing that, it basically says, in my culture, it shows that I'm a woman leader. But for now, because we don't actually take it seriously, when people see me, thinks it's just an issue, a statement of fashion. Yes, it's fashionable, but it's also cultural. And it is not just amongst the Luo community, it's amongst very many communities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we must also see how we link culture with the tourism. I want to thank the Parliament that they recently organized a very good training, and the training was on PPP, public-private partnerships. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that I actually picked up from that is the immense potential of linking tourism and culture. And Madam Speaker, I recently, together with my husband, we've recently visited a place called Nido in the Philippines. And Madam Speaker, we pay quite a bit of money to do things which you could do here in Kenya very easily. Things like cultural immersion and doing things that have to do with our culture. Visiting a spiritual center like Atego Island in my constituency, visiting the two bird islands in my constituency, or the cultural caves in Fagano Island, amongst others. We have a lot that we get from our culture that we can use to, encourage tourism. Madam Speaker, however, I just want to say that I have a rider in relation to this bill that we must strengthen, which is the issue of harmful cultural practices. The Constitution outlaws harmful cultural practices, and I would want us to strengthen the sections of this bill that deals with harmful cultural practices, and say that even though we actually allow cultural practices, there are certain cultural practices that are harmful, such as female genital mutilation, beading, forced wife inheritance, early and forced marriage of young girls. And Madam Speaker, you find there are people where we must put a rider that even though we have culture, we must put a rider that even though we have culture, there are certain cultural practices that are retrogressive. But also, Madam Speaker, one of the things that I want us to do is to enhance the historical bit where we have now distorted culture. And Madam Speaker, if you actually look at our historical issues, you discover, for instance, amongst the Luo community, women were really respected and exalted. But now people are actually doing the reverse. If you look at the bigger clans in Luo, they start with a female name. It's almost like the House of Mumbi. We start with the Kanyamwa, Kanyadoto, Kanyekela, Kanya something. They are all about women. But now we are being told women cannot lead. Who told you women cannot lead? We are in charge of clans. So if you are in charge of clans, why can we then not lead? We must put our history correctly, and our history respected and exalted women. And I want to say that I'm very happy the House of Mumbi has actually kept that. And so we know that's why you see a lot of women in Kikuyu land get elected, because they preserved that history. But in some of our areas, we are losing that. And so we have people creating their own stories about what was there in culture. Madam Speaker, I support and I look at it more keenly so that I see if there are areas, the areas that I've spoken, if they are not well covered, that will bring amendment. I support. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Johanna Ngeno.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wish to make a small contribution of this matter before this House, especially something that touches on our cultures. You know, Madam Speaker, when we speak about culture, it means so many things to most of us, especially those of us who were brought up in a very serious cultural background. Madam Speaker, when I grew up, a friend of mine who was a teacher used to tell me that an uncultured person is an uncivilized person. to the extent that in most of the cases, people used to believe that when you follow your culture, it's like you are primitive. It's like you're doing backward things. But Madam Speaker, as time went by, we realized that even what the colonial governments and the white people brought us here in Africa was their culture. So that when you even compare the biblical writings, you compare with what our people used to believe in, there is no difference. It's only that ours was not in written form. Only that, but we used to pray to the same God. We believe in the same God. It's only the names are different. But what we were calling our God is the same God that the Bible teaches us. The cultures that we had, the way we prayed and how we behaved, the way we circumcised our boys, and all that, Madam Speaker, is an indication that our culture was just thrown out because somebody else wanted us to adopt their culture so that we forget about ours. Madam Speaker, culture defines who we are. It's our background, and it is something that we must live with, Madam Speaker, so that we must find ways of promoting our culture so that it can be inherited from generations to generations. Culture, Madam Speaker, is the heartbeat of humanity. It is actually how most of us were brought up. And if you were to ask everybody, they were brought up in a certain culture. Even if it is those who were brought up in Nairobi, still, they would go back to their cultures. They will be taught on how their people used to behave, the kind of clothing people used to have, etc., etc. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I wish to support this particular bill that touches on how to protect the cultural artifacts, the identity of our nation and our people. And of course, Madam Speaker, to look into what exactly do we need to do so that our culture is not lost. Madam Speaker, first we talk about the artifacts. Artifacts, Madam Speaker, are tools which were used by our people. And each and every people, each and every community has their own ways or their own means or their own artifacts. Madam Speaker, and this one ranges from clothing to the kind of artifacts they used to use, whether when they were going to pray or their praying sites, or what they use also to appease the enemies, or what they used to, when they want to appease their gods, when they want to give blessings, when they want to do their traditional circumcisions, even when the elders were having their drinks and like the current kind of drinking. Madam Speaker, those are cultural artifacts that we must protect by all means. Madam Speaker, I remember at the beginning of Kibaki government, I think it was around 2003-04, the people from the Kalenjin community who had lost a very great warrior and an overseer and a Laibon called Koitalel Samoe, disputed and petitioned the government to ensure that they return the artifacts which had been looted by the colonial government at that time and took them away to their country. And at that time, Madam Speaker, the president of that time helped that community to bring back their artifacts, only that they did not surrender the skull or the head of the Laibon. Madam Speaker, those artifacts have a very serious meaning to the communities where that Laibon came from. And that is why it was very important that they bring back those particular artifacts. Madam Speaker, even in many other areas, many other communities, even the sub-tribes where we come from, there are artifacts which were confiscated, like the stools, the three-legged stools, which were used for prayers and were used also for blessings, and which were confiscated by the Europeans. Madam Speaker, there are those ones that remained. There are those ones that we still have in our homes. And this law, Madam Speaker, protects the misuse and the looting and the stealing of these particular artifacts which can help, or which were used as our traditional memories, for traditional use. Madam Speaker, when we talk about culture, culture also touches on the cultural clothing. Every community, Madam Speaker, in this country have their own traditional clothing, their own cultural clothing. And Madam Speaker, I would wish also one day in this house, Madam Speaker, we introduce a cultural day where every member, because at least we all come from particular backgrounds, particular communities, so that we can say this is a cultural day where every member of this house will wear their cultural clothing, so that we dress the way our communities used to dress. And you will be shocked, Madam Speaker, because we have our dresses, cultural dresses that fits us so well, and they are so good, so that when you see our ladies, if they were to put on those particular clothings and dresses, Madam Speaker, you'll be shocked at how beautiful they look. And even men, when they put on those particular dresses, clothes, Madam Speaker, you will imagine how also men handsomely look, apart from the ones we wear in Parliament. Like when we put on Madam Speaker.
I know the Honorable Irene Mayaka is next in my list, but I think you are saying you have a point of order, Honorable Irene Mayaka? Yes. Please proceed. What is out of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member is out of order because he's telling us that we only look beautiful when we wear cultural clothes. What does he mean? What is he insinuating? Is he trying to say that right now we don't look beautiful? He needs to withdraw.
Madam Speaker,
I thought we could address the first point of order. Honorable
yes,
Member for Emukuru Decree, what do you have to say about that?
And I will address Mheshimiwa Milli's also point of order. I know what she is.
No. You cannot address a point of order when you have not heard it.
I will, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that, you know, when you look, I said our women, our ladies will look even more beautiful when they dress in their traditional dress. Just like our men will look more handsome when they dress in our cultural dresses. So, Madam Speaker, what I meant is, we are beautiful.
Chairman, order.
Our ladies are beautiful.
Order. We have another point of order by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Please take your seat. What is out of order, Honorable Millie Odhiambo?
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I'm just worried that the member seems to suggest that we should be coming to Parliament dressed, naked with just a small thing underneath. Because culturally, that's how we dress. We were naked with something underneath. Madam Speaker, is that really in order? Is that what we are implying? Our culture, we were half naked, Madam Speaker. The world is evolving, and that is part of culture. So are you suggesting that members should be coming to the house naked?
Madam Speaker, we should be proud of our culture. And it doesn't matter how that culture looked like. Whether we used to put on. And after all, Madam Speaker, when you look at the kind of dressing that we have today, our ladies are almost naked. And yet, that is not even our cultural dress. So what I meant, Madam Speaker, is that we would, let us be proud of where we are, where we came from, who we are. And that starts from our artifacts, to our dress, to our food, to the food that we eat, to the sites that we normally visit. Because, Madam Speaker, even the cultural sites that we visit will look more, even healing, than the sites that we visit, like even the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, we normally had places that we will go for cultural prayers, and they look so soothing than even any other place. So what I meant, Madam Speaker, is that our ladies are beautiful, but they will be more beautiful if they were to put on.
Well, you've done very well to defend yourself. The Honorable Irene Mayaka, and thank you for your patience, Irene.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to support this particular bill, which I think is very well placed before the House. And Honorable Speaker, this is a bill that actually gives meat to bone to Article 11 of the Constitution, because that already speaks about protecting, promoting, and defending our culture. but it doesn't give us the structure and the how to do that in a manner that actually ensures that all the cultures within our country are actually protected. Madam Speaker, the fact that as a nation we have a variety of cultures is actually a very good thing, because we are able to showcase the different aspects of who the people of Kenya are. And Honorable Speaker, just as a few members have already said, is that most of us who are city-born children, who have not had the opportunity to interact with our culture, we don't really understand, unless you had parents like mine who ensured that you knew about the traditional dances of Abagusi, the traditional liquor of Abagusi, and various other traditions. You will not be able to really interact with that. Honorable Speaker, and also, this is actually a very good coincidence, because I know you skipped statements, but my statements was actually alluding to an aspect of protecting some of the cultural sites that the people of Abagusi and especially Nyamira County has. For example, Honorable Speaker, we have a place in Manga Hills that is called the Engoroya Manga, where it has been said that when you drop something in that particular hole, it goes all the way to Lake Victoria. And that is one of the sites that has been beholden by our people. We have cultural stones there that actually look like a person. We have cultural huts there that people actually go there and pray. And actually, Honorable Speaker, when people go to visit Manga Hills and those specific places, like the men dress in suits out of respect for those sites. And what they do there is that they go, they pray for the community, they pray for their families. And these are some of the things that I'm actually seeking to protect and to ensure that it is preserved so that even our children get to learn about it. Honorable Speaker, the other thing that I really like is that the bill even speaks about our language, because most of the people, most of our children now, because they are born from families of different communities, they're not able to speak our languages. And also because of school again. Unless you deliberately, as a parent, go out of your way to teach your children their languages, their ethnic languages, they do not even speak it. And those are some of the things that we need to reserve. Honorable Speaker, I just want to speak about some of the clauses that for me really stood out. Like, for example, clause 9 that speaks of establishing royalties. That is very important because we do not want these cultures to fade away. We do not want, for example, the Maasai shuka to fade away because it has not been protected by royalties. We do not want the sisal skirt that the Luos use in their traditional dances to fade away because it is not protected. Or even, Honorable Speaker, our traditional alcohol, ebusa. I know different communities call this by different names, but we do not want that to also disappear as well. Clause 10 speaks about compensation of people's culture. And on this particular one, I'm very interested and very keen on it. Because, for example, if you go to a wedding and people dance our obokano from the Gusi community, I'd like to see a situation where royalties are actually paid back to the community. Or the ribina dance, that for us, we use that dance when we are inviting rains to come to our community. Honorable Speaker, the other clause is clause 11. That speaks about exports and imports of products. Again, very interesting, and I'm very biased in terms of giving examples from my community, the Abagusi community, because we are famously known for the soapstone culture and different items that are made out of the soapstone. But this is something that has slowly disappeared. We are seeing a situation where it is now individuals who are doing the exports on their own, instead of actually having it being like a community thing that is being done, so that people out there know that when you get a salt shaker or a tot glass or a mug for drinking tea that is made out of soapstone, you know that this has come from the Gusi community. And if you can have a way of even ensuring that this is even engraved and the royalties are protected, then that will be a fantastic thing. The other clause, Honorable Speaker, is clause 18 that speaks of promotion of culture. And Honorable Speaker, this particular one, I just want to connect it with the Utamaduni Day. Because yes, we have Utamaduni Day, we have the national celebration, but for me, this is a celebration that should actually be devolved down to different communities. So that on this day nationally, we know that as the people of Kenya, we are all celebrating our specific culture. I also like the fact that we want to have cultural centers that mushroom out of having this particular bill in place, so that if you come to Nyamira County, or you go to Baringo, or you go to Kirinyaga, or you go to Samburu, there's a place where you can actually go and see that this is where people have managed to it's like a museum where you can be able to see different artifacts. In Nyamira, for example, Honorable Speaker, we have a restaurant that the owner of that restaurant has actually set aside one area where you can go into our traditional huts, you can see how the busa was being made, you can have an opportunity to eat our traditional vegetables, chinsaga, managu. You can be able to eat our traditional ugali. You can be able to see the setup of the Gusii families and how where the eldest son would stay in the homestead, and the younger sons and the wife and all that. But having said that, Honorable Speaker, about all the beauties of our culture that we can actually defend, for me, the one thing that I also want us to be very careful is the promotion of the retrogressive culture. And this we need to check the bill and confirm, which we will do, so that if there's any particular place that does not categorically speak about the retrogressive culture, then we can set that aside. Retrogressive in the sense of, for example, for us, the FGM practice. That is definitely not a culture that we would want to promote. So we have to be very careful to ensure that these cultures that are very retrogressive are not encouraged. Honorable Speaker, having said that, and so that I also save time for the other members, is that, yes, I really want us to celebrate this bill, but also I do not want this to be one of those bills that is just put on the shelf somewhere after its assent. My wish is that, and I know the majority party represented by Honorable Naomi Zia, and they can listen, is that the day that the President assents to this bill, that there's an actual celebration awareness at State House of all the cultures in this country alongside that signing of that bill, so that everybody in this country is aware that we do have a bill in place that is going to protect our culture. We don't want a situation where when you talk about the bill outside there and everyone asks you, when was that assented to? We don't have anything like that. So the awareness, the communication out there has to be extremely powerful so that everyone is really aware of that. And finally, Honorable Speaker, and I like that some of the concerns that we voiced here about Kenya not having a national outfit when we go for national functions or when our athletes represent us out there, at least at the Paris Olympics, we had some sort of a national culture that portrayed the Maasai culture that was worn out there. And it was very exciting that majority of the other participants from other countries actually recognized that Kenya has a beautiful outfit. I wish we could even adopt that as our national dress for our party. So, I mean, sorry, not for our party, for our country, so that anytime we have representation out there of people going to represent the country, they can wear our national outfit. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I do support the bill and I submit. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, member for Kwanza.
At long last. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank all the members who have contributed on this bill. And I think we have actually exhausted the bill. And as the previous speaker just mentioned, the third reading on this bill, let's take action. When the President assents to this bill, Madam Speaker, I want us to move forward because there are so many things that have gone wrong. I'm a little older than some of members here, and I can tell you things have gone out. The next 50 years or even 20 years to come, Kenya will not be Kenya that you and I would have admired to be, because, Madam Speaker, things are going haywire. I come from a culture in Luhyaland, and we had a very good culture. For example, the circumcision of the Luhya. You know, we had a special way of going for that particular circumcision. Today,
you know, it's a laughing stock, you know. And somebody mentioned, and I think I want to quite agree with whoever mentioned, for us, those days, and I saw those from my own older brothers and other neighbors, what have you, for you to go for circumcision, you went naked. From the river, you go to the river, and from there you are taken almost 2-3 kilometers to your home, and you are operated there openly. Today, Madam Speaker, nothing like that is happening. Things have gone off. Then, of course, those days, and in fact, even as recent as maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago, when a child gets married, you know, a boy cannot go and greet the mother-in-law. It's out of respect, not anything else. Today, he can go and hug the mother-in-law, which is actually wrong. In our culture, it's not supposed to be like that. Madam Speaker, we have a problem. This country must be protected. I have a specific case, for example. We had Bomas of Kenya. If those of you have not gone there, in fact, you go there now, it's no longer the Bomas of Kenya we used to know, because it was an area for cultural preservation. Bomas of Kenya is no more. You go to Bomas of Kenya, you will have the Maasai's culture, the Kikuyu's culture, you know, Luyas, what have Luos, and you see that culture was very, very impressive. You're there, you pay the money, and you are there for some time, and of course you come back and say, okay, is this how this community behave? That again is gone. Go to Bomas of Kenya, you know, it's not the same thing. It's now just a business area, doing other things. So we should actually, because I was asking my colleague here, we have a ministry for culture and sports. That ministry must be revived. That ministry must be given guidelines to be able to preserve some of those cultures that actually are very, very important for us to be able to maintain. Because I know for sure the colonialists came, and when they came, you know, people now want to behave like a Mzungu. But look, that again is now something under the bridge. We just have to behave our own way. We have to revive. For example, in Luya culture, if a child goes to get married, he has to pay almost 13 cows. Today, there's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. And it's a culture that actually a Luya boy marrying another person from another area, you pay the money before anything else, even before the wedding. Today, it's no longer there. It's just to understand each other. Like my brother who was okay, I don't want to mention that. But that again, Madam Speaker, we should do something about it. This bill, when it comes to third reading, as members of this parliament, to be able to have very good intervention, the closet you can be able to correct some of the areas that you feel you should be able to correct, because it's just for the interest of this country. Not because of our personal interest, but the interest of this country, that we actually maintain our culture, and so that we are distinct from other people. Because you go out here in the world, you see people behave very differently. And so I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, as you take over, as you take over the seat, I want you to also take note of this, and I think let's have a house full in the third reading of this bill, and let's look at areas where we can be able to put some inputs and be able to see if the culture of this country can be improved through a specific ministry. And don't just put that Ministry of Culture and Social Services and Sports or whatever it is, should be able to take up some of the roles that we are talking about and be able to see what it can do. And last year, not least, I think the county government, and the central government of this country should work in collaboration to be able to maintain some of those cultural areas. There's some areas which actually, some of them are still there, they are neglected, but it should be revived, so that through the county government, those cultural centers be revived for the benefit of our future, so that we have a good historical background. So what will be our grandchildren write about Kenya? It will be nothing. So we want that cultural centers to be revived, be protected through the Ministry of culture and social services, and it should be also replicated in the county government. Should have the similar ministry or department in the in the county government to be able to maintain these areas, because it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we keep these people as soon as it is. And of course, then we'll have like this bill is actually saying, of course, anybody now, once we are through with that, anybody destroying any of these cultures, whatever, should be actually be punished in terms of paying fine. And that fine should be going, of course, as you know, if you are going to Bomas of Kenya, you pay a lot of money. And there was a minister of culture was getting that as an income. Similarly, anybody interfering with any of these cultural centers should be, and of course the behavior, whatever it is, should be fined. And those things are being fined through wazee wa mtaa, or the communities can be able to come up with whatever. So that again is something that we have to revive for the benefit of our country. I want to take this opportunity to thank the leader of the majority to have come up with this particular bill, and I think it's very timely, and I hope and pray that we'll support it to the last thing and be able to have it implemented immediately. His Excellency puts a concert on the same. I want to thank you, and I support this bill.
The Honorable John Waweru.
Mr. Speaker, I must thank you. I must thank you profusely for giving me this opportunity. And secondly, I have to say that this is a very laudable effort by the Committee on Sports, Youth and Culture under the leadership of the Honorable Wanyama. Mr. Speaker, we are discussing about culture. And in this context, Mr. Speaker, we are actually going into the heart of a discussion for the fight of the soul of a people. Mr. Speaker, it has been said before that if you want to disenfranchise an individual, what you do is you deny them their mother tongue and you take their father's name. Because if you deny someone their mother tongue, everything that is housed in language, whether you call it belief, whether you call them their truth or their identity, it is housed in the language that they speak. In their father's name, an individual finds their identity. And to that extent, Mr. Speaker, then, the Swahili are very right when they tell us that mwachamila ni mtumwa. Mr. Speaker, this vessel that we are calling culture is the one, as I have said, that carries a people's identity, their history, their belief, and even their truth. From the culture I come from, Mr. Speaker, when you refer to your mother, you call her Maito. Maito, if you extrapolate the name, is two words. There is the word ma and ito. Ma means the truth. Ito means ours. So the name mother, in essence, means our truth. And that is why you find that in this patriarchal society, the Kikuyu culture is unable to thrive, because by its very formation, the Kikuyu culture was not supposed to be a patriarchal culture. In fact, we all believe that we came from Mombi, the creator. And Mombi is the only name that humanity shares with God. It is the only word in our dictionary, as the Kikuyu speaking people, that a man shares a word, a name with God. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry, Honorable Speaker, I have to say that the tragedy that we seek to remedy by having a bill that gives a framework for the protection of our culture has to do with us finding our way back. What in Gekoyo they would call Woshokiarowe Mokaro, making sure that the river gets back to its course. Because as we speak today, we have been knocked off our, what you would call our track of organic cultural development and civilization. And how it happened was very systematic, Mr. Speaker. The moment an individual showed up in our country carrying three very dangerous things, They were carrying on one hand a Bible, a gun, and education and what you would call government. And with that, they were able to rub off our cultures to the extent that today, Mr. Speaker, any individual who professes the Christian faith can give you the lineage of one Jesus Christ of Nazareth, all the way back to his lineage to the house of David, all the way back to the house of Abraham and his son Isaac, and all the way back to the creation story, Adam. And they can give you a chronology of who gave birth to who gave birth to who, and these are tens of generations. However, Mr. Speaker, even I myself would struggle to give my lineage beyond 7 generations. I might profess that I am Kiarie. Kiarie wa Waweru, Waweru wa Ng'ethe, Ng'ethe wa Geshi, Geshi wa Kang'ora. And then beyond that, Mr. Speaker, 7 generations down, then I get lost, Mr. Speaker. As such, Mr. Speaker, then, whatever it is that was housed in the language that I speak, it faces a great danger today. I might be the last of our people who will be able to speak the language that my father spoke and my mother spoke. To that extent, then, Mr. Speaker, the discussion this afternoon becomes extremely important when we juxtapose it with where the world is today. When we talk about the world today, 2 great things are affecting culture. 1, globalization. 2, technology. And they're working hand in hand, Mr. Speaker. That today as we speak, there are large language models that are being developed using data that is scraped off the internet to form what you would call emerging technologies in artificial intelligence. But let us look at them, Mr. Speaker. The language models that we are speaking about today in the world of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, of the data that they are scraping out of the internet, we are told that 46.5% of that data is in one language, English. German follows closely, Russian follows after, but then, at what point then will my Gikuyu language or my Kamba language from my lineage be onboarded onto this new development in what we are calling the 4th Industrial Revolution? As such, Mr. Speaker, what has been happening then is a lot of cultural appropriation. We know that in this country, there are artifacts that throughout history have been plucked out of our country and are in exhibition and being monetized in capitals abroad, in museums abroad, Mr. Speaker. The man-eating lions of Tsavo, 2 of them, male lions that did not have a mane, a spectacle to behold. When they were shot by a man called Peterson, they were then taken to some museums in Western capitals where they are to date. We are told by historians that one Koitalel Arap Samoei was decapitated, and his head and maybe the skull at that point was taken to museums abroad. Those museums do have entry fee. There are researchers who make big researches out of the data that is in those museums. However, is the Tsavo community benefiting from this appropriation of this culture? Are the Kipsigis benefiting from their leader being exhibited in a museum for now close to a century and some more years? So that, Mr. Speaker, then, the need for a comprehensive legislative framework that enables us to support the integration of culture, the cultural properties in this country, and cultural heritage becomes a priority, Mr. Speaker. Now, here is the critique, Mr. Speaker, that even as we are speaking to this bill as is, it is one devoid of specificities, Mr. Speaker. That in the format that it is and the style that it is big on cultural artifacts. However, culture is larger than artifacts. There are many elements of culture that are not covered in this bill as it exists. So much so that the option we have as a House is to either pass it as it is and then seek for places to amend later, or we might decide then, and in the third reading, Mr. Speaker, we might find a place in the clauses that exist or introduce new clauses where we are able to cover a wider definition of culture rather than zero in on just cultural artifacts. But now the bill as presented, Mr. Speaker, because it is big on cultural artifacts, then we can talk about issues to do with intellectual property. Mr. Speaker, whatever is covered here on intellectual property is a bit shallow. And my question was whether that shall be covered in subsequent or subsidiary legislation, maybe in regulation, or whether there shall be another bill that comes to take care of intellectual property. But finally, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that the essence is urgent. One, for the preservation of our culture and the protection of our culture. But secondly, Mr. Speaker, and most importantly, this house is the house that ratifies international treaties, international conventions. And so, Mr. Speaker, the treaties that we have ratified, some by UNESCO and many others to do with culture, have been given life and effect by us processing a bill that takes care of culture. The Constitution, Mr. Speaker, in Article 11, also is given effect by us passing this bill. And it is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that I stand to support and seek to amend in the third reading. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this bill.
The Honorable Christine Ombaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to what is very, very important in our lives. We are talking about a bill that deals with culture and definition of culture. What is culture? It's a way of life as lived by a people at a particular time in history. It means that culture life is the language we speak, is the song we sing, is the food, the dress that we have, the food we eat, the sports, everything about our lives is culture. But it is as lived by a people at a particular time in history. It means that culture evolves. It is dynamic. It changes from time to time. The people of the past had their own culture. It moved on and changed on, and we acquired others, and we dropped other ways of culture, other ways of survival, and we moved on and acquired others. That's like language dies. When a language dies, then that culture is finished. That culture, the people of that language will not exist because the language has died. It is important to realize that culture is our identity. If it dies, we are dead. It is cardinal. It is in our lives. It is part and parcel of us. It is our gene that if it is not there, we are not human beings. Unfortunately, our culture, African culture, Kenyan culture, all the tribes that we have, 42 or 43 that we have, these are cultures that are very, very important. But they have been interfered with in the past through colonialism. And it is still being interfered with. It is still changing. It is still not the same as a long time ago. But we need to preserve them because we are preserving our identity. We will be laughed at if we do not preserve it. If I lose my Luo language, where will I belong? What will people think of me? But our children are losing it, and we are not caring. We do not give a hoot about the language that our children are speaking today. They are mixing up English and Swahili and a bit of their local language. Sometimes they speak pure American English, and they cannot utter a word, even the word thank you, even the word asante sana, they cannot speak it because they speak European language. We are, as parents, have also failed in preserving the culture of our people because we enjoy to see our children speak British or American English. Secondly, we have tried in this country to preserve culture through the museums that we have. But unfortunately, again, these museums, they're shallow. I was in a committee of sports last parliament, and we had a chance to visit a number of museums that we had. It was shameful to see how shallow, how empty they were. There were no anything that would indicate the culture of our people. They were scanty, they were too old, they were torn apart. We need to create or come up with what we can show to our children as part of what is in the museum. The museums are not having the right things. They're too old, too broken apart. Nobody seems to put money there to ensure that even our museums have the items, the artifacts that require our understanding of the past. That is missing. The school system has tried, I must say that, because we normally have school music festivals, drama festivals. These are events that help us nurture the past, bring out the past. Our children try to wear those clothes of long ago so that they can sing these songs when they come for competition. But it's just for competition and the story is over. We do not carry it forward. We do not care about the clothes that we used to wear in the past and keep them and reserve them somewhere in the museum. It is just for events for a period over 1 day, 2 days, and it's over. It's unfortunate that we do not celebrate our culture. We need to do that constantly. In this country, we also have Heroes Day. We celebrate our heroes, the people of the past, what they did for us, how great men and women they were, and we celebrate them. But at least there we conquer. There we have done well, because it's every year we celebrate the great men and women of this country, of the past and of the present. They've done marvelously well. In my community, recently in Nyanza, last December, that's 3 months ago, we had a celebration, a 2-day celebration, which was called Pinyuluo. Pinyuluo simply means Luo world, the Luo world. And we invited guests from all over. We were tracing the history of the Luo people, right from Sudan, and how they spread out in so many countries in this world. They're in Uganda, they're in Tanzania, they're in West Africa, they're everywhere. So many countries. And many people came to celebrate the Luo culture at that time. There were music, good food of long ago, and men and women who know the history of the Luo movement from Sudan to here. Even today, we were praying for a great professor, Professor Bethuel Alan Ogot, who has written a lot about the Luo culture in many, many books and articles. In one of the presentations last December, before he passed away, he told us the power of women, how women were highly respected, and how even in the Luo movement from Sudan, the people who led the Luo movement, a number of them were women. He highlighted the role that women played in history in the Luo people. But somehow today we are losing it. Nobody cares about the role that women play historically in various movements, historical movements, in wars and anything else. Appreciation and making sure that we conserve the names, the activities, and the roles that they play. It is therefore very important that this bill must be supported, because it is a bill that is helping in preserving a culture that is dying. The Kenyan culture is rich. We are 42 communities. And that does not mean we are divided. It simply means all these communities with their cultures can make us very strong as a united nation. Kenya is a united nation. 42 communities form a nation. And so we need to celebrate the cultures that we have, the 42 cultures that we have. I know culture is dying, but we need to still fight very hard to protect it. We need to protect Gotramogi. That is a hill where our ancestors settled when they arrived in Kenya those many years. Nobody should go there in that land and start digging and treating it like his own. It must be protected, and nobody should interfere with it. We have the Kikuyu Kiondo. I remember very much in this very house, somebody brought the issue of Kikuyu Kiondo, that some other European countries are grabbing and calling it their own. It is owned by the Kikuyus because that is a traditional basket that they weave, that is part and parcel of their identity. But some people, foreigners, have grabbed it and made it their own. So that is where the catch is. We are losing what we have to the European countries. We need to grab back our culture that they have taken, what they are making so much money on, that belong to us. We need it here, right here. Because if we don't watch it, they will grab everything and they will take us back to their country and make money out of us. Very soon, you will call that slavery. They will soon pick us up and take us over there if they're taking some of our property that we need to protect. I'd like to conclude, because I'm rushing somewhere else, to say that I support very, very highly this very bill, because I'm supporting our identity, I'm supporting our way of life, I'm supporting the Kenyan people who are protecting and fighting for their communities, fighting for their values, fighting for their way of life as lived by a people of today's culture. Thank you, and thank you for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this debate that I like because of the Cultural Bill 2024 that has been moved very ably by the Chief Whip, and I have been listening. And as one of the people who love their culture and just get excited about our cultures, I have been so excited this evening, and also seeing that there are many people like me. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill fully because the bill was informed by Article 11 of the Constitution of Kenya, which recognizes culture as the foundation of the nation and as the cumulative civilization of Kenyan people and the nation. It commits the government to promote all forms of national and cultural expression. In fact, what excites me is all forms of national and cultural expression through literature, arts, traditional celebrations, science, communication, information, mass media, publication, libraries, and other cultural heritage. Honorable Speaker, we are who we are because of our cultures, our behavior, our way of dressing, our way of expressing ourselves, and even the way we interact with each other and socialize is because of our culture and that strong foundation that was based on our culture. Unfortunately, today, we keep losing, and many people say culture is dynamic. Yes, it is dynamic, but we don't have to lose our good and beautiful culture. Honorable Speaker, as I was growing up, one test that any young man or woman has to go through is anytime a visitor comes to your home, number one, you have to say your name. You have to say your father's name. You have to say your grandfather's name and continue up to the last generation. And after that, you have to tell the visitor your clan and the age set of your parents and your own. And by the time you finish that, then you would have passed the exam. And by the time you have gone through that interview, everybody knows that, yes, this child has been brought up in a good way or is being brought up in a good way. Honorable Speaker, those are the things we cannot find today. When I went to Norway in 1997 to do my master's, the first thing I interacted with was, I saw so many people, the Oromo speakers there. And from our country, I had my firstborn and the secondborn with us.
And we were always proudly speaking about, Kenya, and very good English in everything. But within very few months, we realized that speaking our own language was the best thing that we would have done for ourselves. And within 3 months, we were able again to bring back our children, and we started speaking our language, which brought a lot of value. And anytime we interacted with other Africans, we would also speak our language, and everybody celebrated with us. And since then, speaking our language in our home is our priority. Practicing the good cultural practices is another thing that we have always done. Honorable Speaker, the more we practice our good cultural practices, the more we will grow our country and also keep our valuable heritage, whereby other people in Western world today, you don't have what you see in our country. We have 42 different ethnic groups. We have, in my own county, we have 14 different ethnic groups, each group having their own unique and special cultural practices. The more we do this, the better for us as a country, Honorable Speaker. I support this bill because since independence, it is important for us to know that since independence, Kenya has never enacted comprehensive legislative framework to support the integration of culture and cultural heritage in national development agenda. Honorable Speaker, it is many years. And the potential that is there in our cultures, the beautiful practices. Even before we were born, although Christianity was not there and maybe Islam was not there, our forefathers used to pray to God. And they used to do so many things. I remember they used to tell me that even during the drought season like now, the elders and the spiritual fathers would just go somewhere, pray, and command that it rains. And it has always rained. But today you cannot see that because we are not living in those practices. Honorable Speaker, it is too late. In fact, this bill would have been there many years ago, so that our young people can enjoy and so that we can harness the potential of our culture. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill because of the intention. The bill is also intended to facilitate the implementation of international conventions and treaties that have been ratified by Kenya. This will take us to another level. We will make our people proud of their culture, and we will also make use of those old people who are there among us now so that they can bring the beauty. They can tell us what they know. Again, Honorable Speaker, I support this because this bill, in clause 4 of the bill, it sets out the guiding principle, which include the national values and principles set out in Article 10, 27, 201, and 232 of the Constitution, and giving equal recognition, dignity, respect of all cultures, including cultures of minority or marginalized people. Honorable Speaker, this is where I belong. And for many years, we have been marginalized. We have remained minority, although we still uphold our beautiful cultures. And this bill, for the first time, has specifically mentioned us as a group so that our cultures, even if we are the minority, even if we have been marginalized for many years, our culture should also be recognized. And in recognizing that, we will have the feeling that we are part of this country. Honorable Speaker, for many years, those of us who live in northern Kenya have been referring to this part of the country as Kenya A, and those of us in Marsabit and beyond as people living in Kenya B. But by including us in such things and also recognizing our beautiful cultures, recognizing our forefathers, recognizing the heroes, recognizing the beautiful things that we do even in that part of the country, because God has given us one special gift, that we have beautiful people in northern part of Kenya. And with our beautiful culture, then we can add a lot of value to the country and our practices. Honorable Speaker, again, I support this because this bill, Clause 5 to 19 of the bill establishes the management of culture in Kenya and delineates the function of both the national and county government. I support this fully. And mine is just to say that our county governments should see how they can promote the different cultures, the cultural practices that are there, those that are harmful, like FGM, early marriages, inheritance of women. We can put that aside. But those good cultural practices should be enhanced, should be promoted, so that even our young people can have somewhere they can go and see the value of our cultures. Honorable Speaker, we need to finish the debate on this and make sure that our president will sign so that it can be practiced. And as we do that, we should think of Cultural Week in Africa, Cultural Week in Kenya, our cultural outfit, so that even when we come to Parliament, for that 1 week, we can be practicing.
The Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. Mr. Speaker, even on the onset, it's very important to discuss also the soft side of our country. The country we call Kenya, in the definition of it, Honorable Speaker, is just boundaries. And I'm saying so because many times we confuse between several things. One, what is the country, the republic, the nation, the government, and the state. Honorable Speaker, what we call a country is just by the boundaries that define where Kenya lies. The other functions, Honorable Speaker, that defines what the state is the state apparatus, Honorable Speaker, the institutions of governance, which predominantly are made on the institution that guarantee the rule of law and accountability. Rule of law, of course, through the judiciary, accountability through democracy in a house like the legislature, and also a functional modern state, which then defines the executive. Honorable Speaker, many times we don't talk about what the nation is. The nation of Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, I've talked about the country called Kenya. I've talked about the state, which makes the apparatus of the institution of governance. Honorable Speaker, there is also something very fundamental called the nation. And the nation is the soft side of the country. And Honorable Speaker, many times, even economically speaking, many countries actually progress when they have been able to align their culture. And Honorable Speaker, many times we confuse the culture and the language. That is only one side of what we call the nation, or shared identity, or shared values. The soft side of the country, Honorable Speaker, encompasses and answers the question of who are we as a country, who are we as a citizenry. Honorable Speaker, one could be language, others could be shared values, others could be even our temperament, others could be our disposition as a people, because, Honorable Speaker, all these soft sides of what defines the people form what is called the culture. Honorable Speaker, in this modern era, it is beholden upon all of us, and that is why culture is always actually not static, Honorable Speaker. It is progressive and dynamic. It behoves all of us to look at the segments of our culture which then brings identities that are static. Identities, Honorable Speaker, that then brings about fault lines in the relationships of the people. And that is why many countries, Honorable Speaker, have had many people with different cultures, but they came together to find an overarching culture, a shared value across. That is why a country like Switzerland is actually more fragmented in terms of ethnicities than Kenya. But when you look at it, it is more cohesive. A country like Tanzania, Honorable Speaker, is more fragmented in terms of ethnicities. But when you go to Arusha or Dar es Salaam, and you ask anyone which tribe you come from, the first thing they ask you is, are you Kenyan? And Honorable Speaker, what I'm just trying to say is that it is important progressively. It may not happen very suddenly. Progressively, that for a country to actually thrive economically, they have to pull in one direction. And for a people to pull in one direction, they have to be the same people. That homogeneity of the people, Honorable Speaker, comes about by coming up with a culture that overacts and a culture that is shared across all people. People could be speaking different languages. People could be different even in their appearance, Honorable Speaker, but it is important, even for a country to thrive, that we pull in one direction. And for us to pull in one direction, we first of all have to deal with the fault lines. We have to deal, Honorable Speaker, with things that divide us and find an overarching culture and shared values that bring us together as a people. And upon that, Honorable Speaker, the beauty is that we always have a chance. As a country, we have a chance. As a continent, we have a chance, Honorable Speaker, so that we can define ourselves, Honorable Speaker, through an overarching identity, and an identity that which is not static, but which is fluid. Honorable Speaker, most of the static identities are the ones that pull people apart. For example, when you are born in a speaking in a different language, Honorable Speaker, many times, therefore, in that particular ethnicity you come from, you may never be able to change it in your lifetime. But, Honorable Speaker, also, another static identity that we always have to live with, Honorable Speaker, many times it comes as religion. Honorable Speaker, there are also other fundamentally static identities. But the current era, the modern age of nation building, Honorable Speaker, departs from those static identities and chaperones and comes up, Honorable Speaker, with a fluid identity where people can cross over. In the identities that are static, you can't cross over. But in a fluid identity that brings people together, it becomes a big bus where anyone can get in, Honorable Speaker, and it becomes an identity where anyone can cross over, Honorable Speaker, and feel they belong. And I believe that is what we must do as the leadership of our country, as the leadership of our continent, because I believe together as a continent, we are one people. We just have to fight that one commonality, because together, and especially as Africa, we are one people, Honorable Speaker. We must act as one people. We must pull in one direction so that our continent can actually have better days ahead. And even the same should percolate to the individual states, to the individual nations, Honorable Speaker, to the individual countries, so that we continue building a cohesive society. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Sounds like the Hegelian philosophy or something of that type. Let's hear from Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to also lend a voice in support of the bill before us, the Culture Bill, which is a bill essentially to give effect to Article 11.3 of the Constitution of Kenya that calls for the protection and preservation of the culture of the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, culture espouses the entire life of the individual. Culture espouses is the glue that binds the individual to the community. And what is a community? Honorable Speaker, when you look at the bill, they attempt to define a community. And a community defines a culturally homogeneous and consciously distinct group of people who share any of the following attributes: common ancestry, similar cultural mode of livelihood or language, geographical space, ecological space, or community of interest. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is a case study of culture. Because, Honorable Speaker, you are aware, the so-called people who are in Kenya here are not the original occupiers of the space, the geographical space called Kenya. All of us migrated from somewhere and came to this country, and because of the colonial boundaries, we found ourselves in one space, one geographical space, delineated by as Kenya, reaffirmed in our Constitution 2010 as the space called Kenya. But truly speaking, Honorable Speaker, and I would want to challenge anybody who has a contrary opinion, and this bill seems to allude to something like a national culture. We can never have a national culture because we are completely different, but we can have a community of interest because we are bound together politically, we are bound together the instruments of the state, we are bound together by the monopoly of violence that's normally bestowed on the state to ensure that we remain together. It's therefore important, as we live in this country, we must appreciate the diverse culture of the people of Kenya. I say so, Honorable Speaker, I am a Samia, and the Samia people stride both Kenya and Uganda. We were simply separated by the colonial boundaries. So if you tell a Samia person to espouse the national culture of Kenya, what about the cultural integration that we have with our community, with our brothers and sisters, our cousins across the border? The same applies to the Somali community. If you tell them they must now discard the Somali culture and espouse the national culture, what happens to the Somalis in Somalia, Somalis in Djibouti, Somalians everywhere? The same applies to my neighbors, the Tesos. The same applies to Masais. Therefore, it is important in the drafting of this bill, and I want to echo the sentiments of KJ, when he says this bill is a generality. And even if you look at the drafting, Honorable Speaker, it would mean actually it will have almost 100 or so regulations, subsidiary legislation, to put into effect to implement this bill. This also brings now, I can understand the difficulties the drafters faced. What is culture? What is culture? Is such a fluid statement, is an ever-changing target. The culture that was there when we started migrating here is no longer a culture that's tenable today. Some cultural practices have faded away, have to change by virtue of changing society. That's why, Honorable Speaker, as I'm not so sure to what extent amendments will be made to this bill to make sure that it fits. Again, if you look at the definition of culture, defines culture means the set of distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features of a community or a social group, incapable of being precisely defined. So, Honorable Speaker, it is a good attempt in the right direction to preserve the culture. But the only saving grace I see in this bill is an attempt to give it to the county government to recognize and register. But again, Honorable Speaker, in a heterogeneous society, community, for example, like Busia County, to what extent can the county government record and preserve the cultures of Tesos, the cultures of Samias, the cultures of Marach, the cultures of Bahayos, the cultures of Banyalas, the cultures of the Luos who have come to stay with us, the culture of the Subas who have come to stay with us, Honorable Speaker. And then also, Honorable Speaker, it is basically, my fear is the way it's drafted. And normally the way the other side has got very intransigent views to any views expressed from this end. If we pass the way it is incapable of being implemented, Honorable Speaker. We must appreciate, I totally agree, mwacha mila ni mtumwa. But the mila as the player says, is specific, localized, and left there. Honorable Speaker, there are some cultures that we are not willing to cede, to expose to other people, because it's our secret. Honorable Speaker, a herbalist will not allow to surrender his skill or her skill to anybody else so they can copyright, because that's their survival. So how do you register that kind of a culture and let it go out? Honorable Speaker, a night runner, that is culture, a night runner. How do you expect a night runner to go and register his innate skill to run at night and scare boys and girls, or those who roam, or even the skill of carrying some sand or gravel and throwing on top of the roof? How do you explain that, Honorable Speaker? How do you explain that?
Honorable Undo, I thought that runners had earlier registered their own society. Proceed.
Thank you. I hope they register the society, but not the culture, not the skill. Honorable Speaker, I totally agree. So there are quite a number of very far-reaching issues, Honorable Speaker, and culture changes over time. So which culture are we registering? Honorable Speaker, let me draw to attention of the nation that in the Samia culture, women of a certain age were never allowed to eat chicken. Yes, they were never allowed to eat chicken, or eggs, or some type of fish. You see now, that's why it is so difficult to contextualize the culture. Honorable Dagal is already complaining. We had the reasons for it. Honorable Speaker, you never, in my Samia culture, Honorable Speaker, you will never meet on the same road with your mother-in-law. She either goes into the bush or you go to the bush. Now, with these open roads, with the bushes gone, how do you succeed? How do you ensure you register such a culture and preserve such a culture? We must be dynamic. And that's why, for me, where I sit, the focus should be in the historical books, probably collecting the artifacts of the people. Honorable Speaker, in our culture, a girl who was now already an adolescent could never share the same toilet with the father. She never. Cow. But now, Honorable Speaker, we come to Nairobi, we live in 10 by 10, there's only one toilet. The culture is gone. And that's why you find some of these two small things are starting to emerge. So, Honorable Speaker, and even issues of wife inheritance, Honorable Speaker, the women's rights came and sensationalized the issue and made it look so bad. Yet it was merely protecting the lineage and the heritage of the family, because we do not want strangers to come into the family and sow some strange seeds, so that you have kids looking this way, they look like Aloro Mondi, some look like Ndindi Nyoro. We never allowed that kind of an arrangement. We needed the purity of the family. So, Honorable Speaker, at the right time, we'll give the experts, the advisors, we'll attempt to make amendments. But I sincerely believe culture is dynamic, let it remain fluid and ever-changing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Jamatia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to, from the onset, support this culture bill. And I want to say it is a very timely bill. It is a bill that is going to give us a lot of unity as a country. And before I even go so far, I want to quote and read a quote from one of the British Parliament legislator those days, or someone who addressed British Parliament in 2nd February 1835. His name is Lord Macaulay. He said, "I have traveled across the length and the breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief, such caliber, that I do not think we would ever conquer this country unless we break the the very backbone of this nation, which is our spiritual, cultural heritage, and therefore I propose that we replace our old and ancient education system, our culture, for if the African think that all that is foreign and English is good, the greater and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they will become what we want them. A truly dominant nation it is. This is the year 1835, Mr. Speaker. This is a calculated move that was done in fragmentation of African culture. We are back to discussion today in one of the British colony, Kenya. And what is haunting us today is how we can bring back our culture. The proponents of the bill has really attempted so much, as Honorable Owundo has said, to give us how a best way possible on how we can preserve and have our culture in place. But the bill speaks so much on the hardware. If you look at African culture is based so much on the software, Mr. Speaker. It is how we passed down. We were not able to write down our cultures and histories. And that is why we found ourselves in these fragmented situations. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very particular on many things. I am a believer of cultures, specifically my culture. I am a Tugen, a Kalenjin. And in Tugen culture, if you look around and everyone speaks about their culture, African culture is so similar. If you go to the Nilotic of the Luo land, you come all the way to Kisii, come all the way to the Kalenjin nation, it is whole basically African way of life. Today, we are faintly surviving because we were fragmented so much by the colonialism. From the borders, as Honorable Ndindi just put it, the sacrosanctity they gave us about the imaginary borders, that I should not be doing this because I am from the other country. It is because listening to what this, the proponents of the colonialism realize is that Africa looks like a small vault, that every time you want to save something, you put it in your vault. It is because in Europe today, you can traverse from every corner of the continent from the morning to evening without borders. But when you come to Africa, if I want to go to my nearby neighbor, Tanzania, Uganda, South Sudan here, I need a visa. And it all eroded our culture because we were just one family. I want to speak about our dressings. I really want to look forward to a day when all of us in this house will be comfortably walking in and out with our culture or cultural dresses. I want to dress in my Tugen dress and showcase my beads, whether I am half naked or whatever. It is always what we were priding on so much. There are many other ways that Africa were proud in their cultures, and many of them is artificial African cultures, and it's what we call artificial intelligence today, Mr. Speaker, like the rainmaking. That is artificial intelligence. There was a way our young mothers and our old mothers, the grandmothers, would walk in and know a small girl of around 18 years is pregnant without necessarily going to test in the hospital. Because there was no way, but there was a way they would just know. There are also ways that you cannot marry from this other clan because of the historical and passing of specifically on diseases that ever happened in some clans that we are told as a young girl, you are only guided to be married from this point of family or clan or whatever. Also, we used to have and pride on polygamy. Most of the families here are products of members here in the floor or this house are products of polygamy. Today, we are being told we shun our polygamy status or culture and embrace homosexuality. it's a wild thinking of how Africans would easily pick other people's culture and, easily shun away or throw away their cultures. Like spiritual, for instance, Mr. Speaker. If I was born in India today, I would be an Hindu. If I was born in America, probably I was a Christian. If I was born in Iraq or Syria or somewhere, I would be probably a Muslim. I am born in Africa. What is my religion? It is because Africans were not religious. They were spiritual people. They believe in a deity that not necessarily given a name. And that is why if you go to Marsabit, you will see we pray through the sun and the moon. In the Islamic, every time they go through the Ramadan season, their artificial intelligence at that time of African would show them that the moon would have to behave this way so that when they fast, they have to take that time and because they were going to stay for long without eating, and all those had its own interpretation. Mr. Speaker, African culture is actually adored. As we speak today, every colonial master, be it a British, a French, Germany, Spain, and all name it, have the artifacts of Africans in their own colonies or in their own countries. I want us, as Kenya, we will need to raid on British Museum and get our artifacts and bring back to Kenya. We are bringing this culture bill because we are going back to the roots and we are taking back our cultures with pride. We want to eat our food. Nowadays, if you go to hospitals, you find young children having diabetics because of the social food that we have exposed ourselves. We eat junk food all the time. But on those days, in my culture, because of the less food we used to have, if you are eating proteins, let's say milk, you can't drink milk and eat meat at the same time. And it was also a balanced diet. You could not eat a lot of starch without having vitamins in it. And also, we used to balance with natural food like honey. If you come to Baringo today, every household believes honey is medicinal. And when we used to take care of our father's goats and cows, we used to take honey in the morning. We could take them all the time because it was nourishing. And every time we take honey, you don't get cough easily. You don't get sick anytime or many times. It used to be almost like a whole meal. Because when you take honey, Mr. Speaker, you most likely going to take a whole day. So otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I want to say categorically that this bill should be enhanced as it goes through the process. We want to ask the president, as he signs it, it should be mandated with a proper cultural day. We need to dress properly. And when the bill is being signed, we need also to give it as a sign of patriotism. During the cultural day of Moi Day, those days, we need, or Utamaduni Day, it must give us the patriotism through our culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, and strong arguments. She just quoted Lord Macaulay, some teacher of history in government. In that debate, he was arguing with a man called William Travaropa. You may need to just go beyond that. Let's listen to Honorable Beatrice Adagala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to voice my concern on this bill. I think the bill has come at the right time, and it is encouraging and enriching on culture. Like in my place, there is this famous words, Mulimoyo Musangalile. That is our culture, and that is the greetings of the new year. So, Mulimoyo Musangalile. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you for this bill. Whoever has come up with it, our cultures are diverse. We are several people, like in my county. I'm proud of having several communities. We have the Tirikis, the Maragolis, the Banyoris, and the Teriks, who have diverse cultural backgrounds that are very enriching and which can be taken with the seriousness it deserves. People connect with each other at the time when they're doing their cultures. Culture is part of an identity. It makes somebody to identify himself with a particular group. The way I've said, like the Tirikis have a very rich culture, which if I can go by what Honorable Undo was saying, the women are not supposed to eat chicken in the Luya culture. They were not supposed to. That was just instilling discipline, and it was considered as part of the culture, although it has been eroded at the moment. People eat although there were several parts that were meant for men. But now, with the present things, people are eating everything. Identity of communities is a very rich culture that we need to embrace. Communities were identified with the various activities, like in Vihiga, the Tirikis have a very rich cultural circumcision. The Bunyores are the rainmakers. They are known for that. The Teriks have theirs. And the Maragolis have a very rich Maragoli culture too. So these ones we need to encourage. We need to encourage them so that they don't get away. Some of them have very rich education values that they teach our children. We can be wondering where some of these things have gone. The children may not be knowing. Speaker, protect me from Undo, Professor Undo, and the Superman. They're making
Professor
a lot of noise.
Undo, calm down. Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Dagala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me. These men are shouting like it's a marketplace. In fact, I was actually explaining my rich culture because I'm a proud Tiriki girl and a proud Maragoli woman. So these are very rich cultures that we need to tap into it. We need to protect. We need them. We need our children to learn out of a lot of things from the elders, the culture, how things used to be done. Let us not just take culture like something that is backward, that it is looked at it. Our Ipusa, like we are going to have it in August, it's a very rich culture. We feel very nice in August when we shall be doing our thing in Hamisi. So let us not look at this bill. It has come at the right time. Every culture must be preserved. Every community, they have diverse. The Maasais have theirs. Others have theirs. Okay, somebody has said we have people in Uganda and Tanzania. I know we have Maragolis in Kigumba. And they still maintain that. Even the Subas are here. They are my uncles. And we share a lot of things with them. So let us not look at culture and think that we can dilute culture. Culture is one of the best things that brings us as communities together. Like in December 26th, the Maragolis have a culture. You will get Maragolis who are in Uganda, Maragolis who are in Migori, Maragolis who are all over. Maragoli nation, they all come together. So therefore, this bill, it wants to cure some of these things that we have forgotten. We have made our children to look like you get a child who is supposed to say Guku, is saying something else, is saying Shosho. A child who is supposed to say this. We are bringing confusion to our children. I think this bill is going to cure some of these small things. If they have not been included in, I think we need to add more. Add more meat on it. We see where things can be changed here and there, and it becomes too low. This is a best cultural bill that has ever come. And this one should also be encouraged in counties. Counties should also have theirs. Like my county, we should have, every community should have their day. The Tirikis should have their day. The Maragolis, their day. The Teriks, theirs. The Banyores, theirs. So that we celebrate our culture, and then maybe once in a while we can have a particular one day where all these communities can come together and have one day that we do our culture. Therefore, culture promotes well-being so much. It promotes people, social cohesion. It makes people like boys who are growing up those days knowing very well, these are our sisters, these are our mothers. Right now, culture is being eroded. You get small boys raping old women. You get old women, men raping small kids. Where is the society heading to? I think this bill will cure all this social, it will promote well-being and social cohesion of our societies. Economic growth, this culture is very rich. Like the Maasai are known all over for their welcoming gestures and what they do. Let us promote this so that it will economically, we get so many tourists coming to see our diverse culture. Let us not ape the Europeans, the outsiders, the West world, what they do. Some of the things they do are very backward. We don't have to teach our children those kind of things. Let us teach our children our values of our communities. And when we actually, like we used to have an old man in Hamis who used to play the famous Isukuti. Well, let us put our regalias, our things together. We bring visitors. Tourists should come. When they come to see Ingonga Murui or they come to see our 3 stones, our Mahiga, in Vihiga there, they will be seeing most of the things there, and it will be of an economic growth in our area. We shall get so many tourists visiting. We shall, hospitality industries will spring up. We shall have our children getting employment. Our youth who are jobless will get jobs. And this is just by encouraging our culture. This culture will be, will also, on innovation side, it will assist us. We will put our things together through the internet, through what, and people will be seeing outside there what is happening in Africa, and they will come and visit these countries. We'll visit our country, Kenya. They will visit even my village to see how those Tirikis make those masks, our beautiful masks during circumcision. This will bring a lot of money that side. You will get visitors flocking, so many of them, by using this innovation internet to market our tradition that is coming up in August. If it will be marketed very well, you will get a lot of tourists flocking to Hamisi to go and witness what is going on. So I think this bill has come at the right time. It will make us move. It is going to instill morals. It is going to make our people now embrace each other as a community. And this will be an economic value. It will make an economic value to our people. And again, as a country, we must have this culture, a culture day. We must have a uniform that we shall be putting on as Kenyans, so that we look like we belong to this country, Kenya. Not even on our cultural day, somebody is in a different color. This one is in a cow skin. Another one has a monkey on the head, a monkey skin on the head. I think we have to embrace this bill. This bill, it is really the best bill that has ever come, and it should be worked on very fast, Mr. Speaker, sir. It should be worked on very fast so that we finish up with it. It is signed into law so that
you have had your bite. The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me begin by clarifying to the world that in spite of Honorable Undo's sentiment that Ndindi Nyoro and I are probably serial inheritors, we are serial monogamists, but I have no problem with widowed women remarrying. I just don't call it inheritance. I think we all deserve companionship. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution in Article 11 declares culture as the foundation of our nation. And actually what this bill seeks to achieve is to actualize Article 11, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution, which calls for the monetization of culture and cultural norms of communities, where the use of our culture can generate compensation in terms of payment of royalties to various communities. That is the main purpose of this bill. Culture is our cumulative civilization expressed in very many forms. If you look at the bill, you have art representation of culture, you have artistic, historical monuments, archaeological artifacts, ethnological interests, works of art, manuscripts, archives, meaning literature, furniture, musical instruments. It is also religious, it is social, it is economic. It is a cumulative of all the civilization. In other words, the knowledge of a people at any particular point in time. Culture by its nature is not static. Culture changes, and in my view, I think we can still achieve a national culture. Because if you study most of the cultural practices or cultural norms or cultural art or ethnology or historical archaeological artifacts, they are expressions of various ideas borrowed from various different people at different times. And I believe if we work hard, we can still achieve a national culture for Kenya, borrowed from the good of every community. Much of the culture we know today probably will consider it archaic or, as the English taught us, repugnant to justice and morality in a few years to come. Let me also acknowledge that what this particular bill is trying to do is to create a framework to monetize culture for communities. That is what it is trying to do. Culture by itself is very difficult to patent because, as you see in the bill, it belongs to a wide scope of people called a community, who could be 1 million, 4 million, 10 million people. And to create a patent or a legal framework in which to monetize it is very difficult for individuals. So what this bill is actually trying to do is to create a legal framework where communities can monetize their culture through what we call cultural industries. And just to reinforce my conviction that we are still in a motion that we can create the completely a new culture, I will want to quote the words of one famous English poet I like very much, Lord Tennyson, in his poem, Ulysses, where he says, "I am part of all that I've met." In other words, every interaction you have with somebody else should enrich you, and you should borrow whatever the cultural practices that will advance your knowledge and standing in society. I cannot rest from travels, yet all experience is an arc wherethrough. It is not too late to seek a new world. I believe as a country, we should endeavor to get what we can call a Kenyan culture, borrowing from all the diverse cultural identities that we have. Speaker, this bill seeks to create two things that we don't have hitherto. One is a national database of community culture. There is no database. In other words, whatever we are talking about here, there's nowhere you can go and find it documented and recorded and acknowledged as belonging to a particular community. It also seeks to create a register of those cultures and cultural heritage, as well as cultural practitioners and cultural groups and associations. That is the framework that we need so that anybody using that information or accessing it or applying it to cultural industries can then generate some income for those communities upon payment of some fees. It may look like it is not very well drafted, but it is the difficulty of what do you do to monetize culture. So the attempt here, and I'm speaking now as a member of the Sports, Arts and Culture Committee, is to create that legal framework of a register, a database, and a mechanism for collecting and recording our various cultural practices and norms. And then creating an opportunity for communities that have developed them to benefit from cultural industries. And we have so many cultural industries. But for communities to interface with promoters of cultural industries, we need something called prior informed consent in terms of the use of their cultural norms and practices. And that, again, is envisaged in this bill. So anybody wishing to tap into a cultural activity or a norm from a particular community, we'll need to have something called prior informed consent of that community to use that culture or cultural heritage. And there are many, many industries, cultural industries, that are already benefiting without transferring any benefits to the communities. Filmmaking is one of them. You create films about Maasai culture, about Turkana culture, about other communities, circulate them in the world, make money, and never share the profits with the communities. Fashion industry is another one. Today you can go to Paris and you see the Maasai red and black, the checked ones, all over the catwalk, and nobody is paying any money for it. Academic publications, books, articles, promotion of tourism, people coming to watch Gedi ruins or going to visit certain archaeological sites. Cultural exhibitions are very common, where people organize cultural events, money is raised but not shared with the communities. Culture as a marketing tool. We have very many instances where people's culture are used to promote goods or services. Art items, paintings, artifacts, musical productions, yeah. Medicine, somebody talked about that. You know, in Kwale, there's actually a community that has traditional mechanisms for birth control that are as effective as whatever you'll get from Pfizer. But it has not been patented and it belongs to the community. Design of clothes, furniture, as well as industrial production of foodstuffs. You find a lot of traditional cuisine has been taken over by industries, packaged and sold. And those revenues are not shared by the community. So what I would like to urge members is to actually look at the bill very positively and understand that what we are trying to do here is to create that framework. And much of the work will be by way of regulations. But it would be good to hear views to strengthen the bill at this particular stage. But the whole idea is that the cultural industries can now be given the framework within which to pay compensation and royalties to our communities for the use of their culture and cultural heritage. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add my voice to this bill. First, I want to appreciate the leader of majority and the drafters of this bill for the effort they have made in bringing to us a bill that tries to address the issues and the concerns that we've had for a very long time regarding culture. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate three aspects of this bill. The first aspect, Honorable Speaker, is that this bill is trying to operationalize an article in the Constitution that provides for the cultural heritage of this country, Honorable Speaker, and it is there for protecting it. The second aspect, Honorable Speaker, that I want to appreciate is that it has apportioned responsibility to the county governments, Honorable Speaker, that the county governments then are encouraged to be able to, one, own the cultures in their counties, and secondly, Honorable Speaker, they're supposed to then make an effort to make sure that they display those cultures. Honorable Speaker, we must appreciate that this country has diverse cultures. And there's a saying, Honorable Speaker, that says the strength lies in the differences. It does not lie in the similarities. And this is where our strength as a country, Honorable Speaker, and as a culture lies, that we have diversity in culture. We have a lot of different cultures in this country, and that is where we draw our strength from. Again, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate this committee also for trying to be able to sort out what I'd like to call the hardware. The hardware in this case, Honorable Speaker, is the items that are going to regulate, one, the item that most of the members have spoken to. How then are these counties, how then are the people who are custodians of this culture able to then leverage on that culture to make an income? It is a very progressive way of trying to see to it that that happens in this country. And I appreciate this bill for trying to put those items across. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the culture is better dealt with in the counties if we are then able to, if we really want to show the diverse culture in this country. so that a county like mine, which has different cultures, as much as I come from Nandi County, Honorable Speaker, you would imagine that it is only the culture of the Nandis that is there. But Honorable Speaker, we have other people who live in Nandi. We have Luyas who live in Nandi, and we also celebrate their culture because they have different cultures regarding different matters. Honorable Speaker, we have how they undertake their cultural practices, like the ceremonies, be it marriage, be it circumcision. There's a way they do it. And in my county, Honorable Speaker, when it is time for the young men to be taken for that ceremony, we all come out to be able to spectate and see how the Luya community that has a different culture in my county go about their own. The Nandi people also, Honorable Speaker, have a very good way that they do their own. And they even have sayings regarding it, Honorable Speaker, that they, and I quote, Honorable Speaker, Tumdanyo Manaiji, Honorable Speaker, so that there's a way that they do it in that same place. And Honorable Speaker, it is fair and it is good that the culture is preserved as it is for the future generations, so that when my young sons and daughters come of age, they can be able to appreciate how their people used to do things, how their people used to go about marriages, because many things have changed. In our culture, for instance, there used to be a lot of ceremonies regarding marriage. There used to be a lot of processes regarding it. But nowadays, Honorable Speaker, you just find it being done casually. And I think that is something that we must hold on to, because a people who do not have a culture do not have anything in their hearts and in their souls, Honorable Speaker. So I appreciate, Honorable Speaker, that this particular bill is trying to address the hardware of it. However, Honorable Speaker, I must say that culture is a very huge component, a component that cannot be addressed, especially through a bill. And I like to say, Honorable Speaker, that to a higher and a larger extent, we cannot conclusively, we cannot adequately be able to legislate culture. We cannot adequately do it. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we should just endeavor to make sure that it is in the hearts and in the souls of the people, so that these people can be able to portray the culture, because culture really is a way of life. It is how we do things, it is how we relate, it is how we live, it is a lot of things that we cannot be able to put on paper and be able to do justice to it. What we want to do, Honorable Speaker, and this is my suggestion, is number one, the heading of the bill, I do not feel like the heading relates properly or does justice to the content that is in the bill. And when the committee of the whole House, Honorable Speaker, sits, I will be keen to be able to introduce an amendment so that, Honorable Speaker, we can customize the title of the bill so that it can speak to the matters that are actually in this bill, as opposed to what it has right now. Because, Honorable Speaker, justice to the word culture that is in this country, Kenya alone, has not received any kind of justice in the contents in this bill. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, that is why the bill comes to the House, so that all of us can be able to put our heads together, we can be able to put our thoughts together, we can be able to enrich the bill further and be able to make it more inclusive, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must also look at how we address issues, because there are cultural practices, Honorable Speaker, that are outdated, and they are just not outdated, Honorable Speaker, they are just bad. They are bad cultural practices. For instance, Honorable Speaker, my county and my people used to do female genital mutilation. It was a cultural practice for my community. And Honorable Speaker, we all agree that FGM is not a thing to carry from the cultural practices we used to have before. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we must be in a position to look at the cultural practices that were good, that we left behind, and that were bad, that deserve to be left behind as a progressive nation and as a progressive people. Honorable Speaker, the social behaviors is part of culture. And this is what we need to pay attention, Honorable Speaker, because even if we do the hardware of culture and we do not have the software of culture, then we have nothing going on at all, Honorable Speaker. So that then we are able to speak to how then do we make sure that the generations that are coming are able to carry the culture that we used to have as a people and even enrich it better, Honorable Speaker, because as much as we are protecting culture, as much as we are supporting the culture and saying we must be able to always remember it, we must also be progressive so that we are not left behind. I appreciate this this bill, Honorable Speaker, because it has really attempted to be able to sort out the hardware of it, like I have said, and protect some of the items. You hear us in Nandi County, Honorable Speaker, we are still asking for the head of Koitalel Samoe to be brought back here. Why? Because Koitalel Samoe is a person that means a lot to the people of Nandi. And we therefore, Honorable Speaker, appreciate this bill because it actually criminalizes anyone who holds any of those artifacts, anyone who holds any of those items that we feel is part of our culture, are criminals. So we want to be able to support this bill so that can be able to sort that part of it, and then we can be able to have items like the head of our hero, Koitalel Samoe, back to our place, so that, Honorable Speaker, we can then be able to tell our story and give evidence of our story and where we came from. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill. Of course, we are going to enrich it, as it is the role of this House to be able to make it better and to be able to make it speak to the issues that we really want it to speak to. But all that said, Honorable Speaker, culture is something that resides in the heart and the souls of the people. And we should endeavor to cultivate it in the souls and in the hearts of every Kenyan. Then they can be able to showcase it, and we can be able to have a collective culture as a people differently, so that everyone has their own, and when we come together as the country Kenya, we are proud of all the cultures that are presented or represented within the country. I support this bill, Honorable Speaker. When the time comes, we'll be able to make amendments to it so that I can be able to cover some of the issues that we feel have been left out. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Jackson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill, and also it is a very complicated bill. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the culture in our country, we have very many diverse cultures. And Mr. Speaker, culture is a way of life. And many of Africans, to say so, each and every community has its own culture. And I think, Mr. Speaker, what we should focus in this bill is the protection of those cultures and the artifacts from those culture in those communities. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at maybe the Maasai culture is totally different from any other community culture. And I think, Mr. Speaker, what is maybe good in another group of people can totally be different from another. And I think culture has been there since. We are not trying to say let's create culture. And Mr. Speaker, yes, culture is good. And as Kenyans and Africans, to say so, very many people have shifted from what we are calling now culture. Even our children, they don't know those things. If you look at your children, they may not even know how to greet maybe somebody in their language. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill, but it is very important we focus on the protection of the material things belonging to our cultural groups. I think that is the very important thing we want to look at. And I think, Mr. Speaker, I visited a country sometimes back last year, and what I saw in that country, in our hotel, is a photograph of Masai Mran put there, so that maybe it can attract people. People will see that is a good thing. And those are the things, Mr. Speaker, we just have to make this bill to protect such things. And you see, Mr. Speaker, even to implement, by the way, if you look at maybe our mode of dressing, I know sometimes back when Senator Ladama was trying to address like a Maasai, but the parliament has a problem. The speaker fight hard to chase even Ladama, but at least he insisted that he was addressing in the right way. And Mr. Speaker, it is good to look at these things, but even the implementers of this, whatever we are suggesting, may not even believe in those cultures. And I think it is very important, Mr. Speaker, our cultures are rich, and they have so many good values. I totally agree with the members that there are very bad practices in our cultures. And I think those bad practices has been given maybe the law to manage that. So what is remaining, because we can not have a culture, so to say, Kenyan culture. I know maybe you'll ask anybody how Kenyans behave. It is different from what we are saying culture. The Kenyan culture is different from maybe our community's culture, because we have copied the white man culture, and that is it. So I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill, but it is not taking all this, what we are saying about culture. Let us focus how to protect our artifacts. Let us focus how maybe to go about all those very important things in a certain culture. And I think, Mr. Speaker, we really need to polish what maybe is not okay, because culture is an identity to somebody. If you see maybe, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I walk in town, anybody meeting me greets me super, without even knowing who is this, but they know this is a Maasai. And I think that's very important, Mr. Speaker. But some people, when you walk, maybe nobody will know you are a Maasai or you are whatever. But me, I have an identity that anybody, any Kenyan who knows the Maasai will greet me super. And I am very proud of Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud because I cannot get lost, by the way. If somebody gets me lost somewhere, it will trace me back to Maasai land. And that is very, very good. So I think, Mr. Speaker, what we can be able to manage, let us manage it.
The point of order, Honorable Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want my colleague to assist us. Maasais are in Kenya and in Tanzania. So where will they take you? To Tanzania or to Kenya? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the honorable member is right, but the widely known Maasai are Maasais in Kenya. And Kenya, you cannot talk about Kenya without talking about Maasai. So, Mr. Speaker, it is even in Kenya, at least Maasais were known. And whenever they take me, even if they take me to Tanzania, I'll shoot to the Maasai in Tanzania. So, Mr. Speaker, that is very important. And we just have to pass this bill so that we can protect our artifacts, that they cannot be taken away from us, and even to preserve them. I think that is very important, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to stop at that point. I support the bill.
Okay, very lastly, because of interest, is the Honorable Beatrice Kimei? Yes, that's what's appearing on my screen. Not, you are not anywhere on my screen. Proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this Culture Bill 2024. I want to appreciate the drafters of the bill and the majority leader for bringing it forth. Honorable Speaker, this is a very, very important bill with the objective and the purpose of giving an effect to Article 11(3)(a) of the Constitution, which provide for the protection and promotion of culture and the cultural heritage of communities and for connected purposes. Honorable Speaker, it is very important that our Constitution is given effect. And this is one of the areas where this part, Constitution, is actually given the real effect that it deserves. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is rich in culture. Kenya is diverse in culture. Culture is dynamic. And culture in this country, every community has their own cultural practices, cultural beliefs, cultural norms. However, with all this diversity in culture, every community will have a sense of belonging because of the culture. And even with that, different cultures, I want to appreciate that us as Kenyans, we admire and appreciate the different communities with their culture. That is why when we talk of the national days, some of these communities are given opportunity to perform, be it in dancing, be it in maybe the plays that we normally watch. And that is to tell us that to some extent, we've been appreciating culture as a country, but we've not done to the best of our ability. Honorable Speaker, I come from a Kalenjin community, the sub-tribe that is called Kipsigis, and mainly in the south part as the Southern Rift. We are very rich in culture, but I want to let us know that there are areas or part of the culture has been eroded. And I'm sure it is not only in the Kipsigis community, but many other communities in this country. Just to let us understand this, in the Kipsigis community, the stages of life are taken seriously. To start with birth, we give names to children according to the place of birth, according to the time when they are born, and according even to the situation. Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that to some extent, people have even stopped that and they have given different names that are not cultural. But even with that, our people are still keen when it comes to naming of the children, food that is given to the mother before and even when they give birth, the place where the mother is supposed to sit, and the fact that men are supposed to be away. Unlike today, Honorable Speaker, you see a lady goes to, or a mother goes to the labor ward, and the husband is following. In our culture, that is uncalled for. Why are these men going there? So I still appreciate that one, Honorable Speaker. When it comes to issues of initiation, Honorable Speaker, and during initiation, boys are supposed to be with their fathers, and women, except some special women, can attend the ceremony. But specifically, men are the ones. And when it comes to the side of women, I want to say one of the areas that I will not support this culture, maybe some cultural practices which are outdated, one of them is FGM. That is a thing of the past. And I'm saying this confidently that the many small places that we still have the FGM, we are fighting it to the letter because it has no benefit in any way. Honorable Speaker, during marriage, traditional marriage are going down because it has no much meaning, but the idea of come we stay is what we are still fighting as a community because we want marriages that are formal and beneficial to our children. Death is a stage in life which the Kipsigis community take it seriously. Where somebody is buried, who are supposed to carry the casket, and even the fact that during the ceremony, the funeral or the burial ceremony, if a woman has died, then a she cow or a she cow is to be slaughtered. If it is a male, then a he. Those are the cultural practices that means a lot. Honorable Speaker, I would also want to say that our children may not at the moment understand so much of our culture. I've talked of marriage. Our community are so concerned of who to marry. In this sense, people cannot marry from the same clan. And those people are related by blood. And that is incest. And looking at it, Honorable Speaker, it is very important. Biologically, it has a meaning. But if we look at kindly, intermarriage, marrying with other tribes was not keen. So with this appeal, Honorable Speaker, I don't know where intermarriage will come in because now it is going to dilute it in a way. But with that, Honorable Speaker, I would say that the coming of Christianity to some extent has affected our culture. But one thing that I want to put across is that the use of instruments in church should be appreciated. The use of drums and those traditional instruments should be appreciated. And that is to say, Christianity to some extent should not demonize our culture, and especially maybe the instruments that we use in church, and even places of worship still, that it has to be a very big church or something like that. There are people who actually pray under a tree. There are some shrines that should be appreciated, some cultural places of worship that should be appreciated. If it is not a church, then it should, is that a place that is a right for worship? But as I've said, polygamy in Christianity is not appreciated. And I appreciate the same when it comes to culture. So some of these cultural practices, like the FGM, like maybe this one of polygamy, I had one of my members, our members, saying that they appreciate polygamy, which to me, and I appreciate in the side of Christianity that polygamy should not actually be embraced. Yes. A member is asking if I'm sure. Yes, I'm very sure, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, because of the many reasons that we know. So, and when it comes to some of our artifacts, Honorable Speaker, they are very, very important. Like We have, I quote, Kisiet and I quote Sotet. Those are very, very, very important items that we own, and it means a lot to us. Like, as I quote, Kisiet is actually a container, is an item that we use to put food, ukali in particular, and it saves a lot. Sotet, of course, for milk, and our milk is actually very, very important. There is no function that we can have without milk. So, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I must say that I appreciate this bill, but there are some areas that needs some panel beating so that it comes out very well. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and once more, I support. Not to forget.
Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join colleagues in supporting this bill, and I appreciate the majority leader for moving this bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a lot has been said about our culture, and it's actually, when you read our constitution, our culture is very well recognized in the constitution. And Honorable Speaker, I do quote what the Swahili said in the early days, that mwacha mila ni mtumwa, Honorable Speaker, which means culture has always been at the center of our lives. I just want to pick 3 or 4 items, Honorable Speaker, very briefly. Honorable Speaker, anytime I sit in this house, and at times when it's quite extremely hot, Honorable Speaker, like now we've just come from out there, it's extremely hot out there. And you come here, you're in your suit, you're in your tie, and when you look at our own rules, matters dressing, we say you can't get to this chamber without a suit and a tie. And I always wonder, Honorable Speaker, why can't we have our own dressing code? Use one of our culture, like the Maasais have mastered their own culture, and have our national dress, which is suitable for our own climate and weather conditions. So, Honorable Speaker, to me, if we take our culture seriously, these are some of the things we'll be benefiting from. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, is our food. If you visit any part of this country, they have their own, what you used to call traditional foods. And Honorable Speaker, you'll be surprised. Diseases like blood pressure, diseases like blood sugar, diseases like heart-related diseases, Honorable Speaker, actual diseases are lifestyle diseases. In the old days, Honorable Speaker, you find very few people having this kind of disease. Why? Because we used to eat our own traditional food, which had been tested over time, and in most cases, it had very minimal harm to our body, Honorable Speaker. So I think, Honorable Speaker, if we refer back and start appreciating our culture, you realize that even the money we are spending going to hospitals, we must start really, Honorable Speaker, using less. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of respect. I'm sure where you come from, Honorable Speaker, in the olden days, if you met a young person, there was a way you were expected to greet that young person. And to some extent, it demonstrated respect for your culture. And in that case, Honorable Speaker, you find that when an old person, like for example, from where I come from, when an old person gets to a matatu, it is expected that a young person should be able to wake up and give room for the old person in the old days, Honorable Speaker. But these days, you get to a matatu, Honorable Speaker, you find that a small boy who is about 10, 15 years, Honorable Speaker, is seated, and an old man who is about 50 years, Honorable Speaker, or 60 years, is standing. And you will not even be surprised, Honorable Speaker, to realize that this small boy is seated next to a mother or a grandmother, and the mother cannot even request the young boy to give room for the old man, Honorable Speaker. So you're just saying our culture, Honorable Speaker, in the old days had a way of demonstrating respect to the elderly. And as time goes now, Honorable Speaker, this is something we are losing. And I think really how I wish we were able to go back to some of these good cultural practices because they are there, Honorable Speaker. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of initiation, Honorable Speaker. You realize that in most communities in this country, initiation was taken like a mentorship program. That when young boys go through that process, at the same time they'll be mentored to how do you behave when you become a man, Honorable Speaker. And now we are losing all this by ensuring that we take all our kids to the hospital where they just get cut and they go home. Nobody tells them now that you are cut, you are a man, and this is what, when you become an adult, you should behave. And that's why we have a lot of challenges, even with the way we live, Honorable Speaker. The last item, Honorable Speaker, so that I give room for the next motion, is the issue, the way we used to celebrate good times, when we are happy. You know, some cultures had traditional dances, some cultures had other ways of celebrating happiness, when a child is born or when you are marrying. But you realize that, Honorable Speaker, because of this modern way of living, Honorable Speaker, we are losing some of these good, very original ways of celebrating our achievements. How I wish, Honorable Speaker, through this bill, we could make sure that those good cultural practices which were there in the old days, Honorable Speaker, we can actually allow them to continue. And that's why I salute the Maasai community, because they have really made sure that their culture is maintained, is sustained up to the end, Honorable Speaker. So I really want to support this bill and say that when the right time comes, Honorable Speaker, the third reading, I think we'll be making some amendments so that we ensure that our culture for each community is respected, and that way then we'll be able to respect the culture as it is provided in our constitution. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have heard from virtually everyone who wanted to speak on this, and we shall be asking the mover to reply in the next session. Now, as directed earlier by the Speaker, we were to go back to the order on statements. And honorable members have been waiting for quite some time, so please, the clerk, call the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
And we have the Honorable Julius Taitumu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to request for a statement regarding perennial human wildlife conflict in Igembe North constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife regarding the perennial human-wildlife conflict in Igembe North constituency. Honorable Speaker, human-wildlife conflict has been a persistent problem in many parts of the country. On Wednesday, 16th August 2023, during question time, I asked a question to the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife regarding the recurring menace of human-wildlife conflict in Igembe North, and particularly in 2023, where over 100 elephants invaded the area. In response, the Cabinet Secretary assured this House that the ministry had upgraded the area. In response, the Inimero National Park fence as a mitigation measure. Additionally, the Cabinet Secretary guaranteed that compensation would be provided for the lives lost and the injuries caused by the elephants in the area in 2023 attacks. However, to date, no just compensation has been made. Honorable Speaker, it is concerning that the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife has failed to implement lasting measures to prevent further loss of life. This inaction has now resulted in yet another tragic incident, where on Thursday, 6th February 2025, Mr. Philip Mesobo of IND number 134-69425 was fatally attacked by a marauding elephant in a Mwadhiwand while working on his farm. This tragedy underscores the need for urgent intervention and raises questions regarding the commitment by the ministry to address the persistent threat posed by elephants in Igembe North constituency. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife on the following. 1, a comprehensive report on the progress made by the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife in implementing the undertakings made by the Cabinet Secretary on Wednesday, 16 August 2023, including specific timelines for the compensation. 2, the steps being taken to compensate the family of Mr. Philip Misobu, including the specific payments, timelines, and the long-term measures that the government is taking to address the recurring menace of human-wildlife conflict in Igembe North constituency. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. That statement is referred to the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife, and possibly the leadership in the House. You undertake to inform the chairperson yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will do that, and I'm sure in 2 weeks' time he will get his response.
Very well. I think, do we have any other statement? Yes, the Honorable, is that Joseph? Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding the status of construction and rehabilitation of roads in Kirinyaga Central constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of construction and rehabilitation of various roads in Kirinyaga Central constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, is responsible for development, rehabilitation, management, and maintenance of rural roads. Rehabilitation and maintenance of the roads ought to be conducted regularly in response to damage that arise. However, in Kirinyaga Central constituency, several roads are under the management of KERA have been deteriorated over time, becoming unmotorable and in some cases, nearly impassable. Kirinyaga County is one of the most agricultural productive regions in the country, as it produces coffee, rice, tea, maize, and horticultural crops. The state of the road, the strict movement of produce and services, especially during the rainy season. This is not only disrupts economic activities, but also limits access to critical services such as healthcare and education. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. A, reports on the status of the following road projects in Kirinyaga. 1, Kiambudhambe Katuto Road. 2, Kagumo Kangaita Road. 3, Kerugoya Prisons Kemande Road. 4, Kerugoya Girls Kandakame Road. 5, Kebigo Keratina Road. 6, Mungeda Gitobe Mugwade Road. 7, Mutira Kagumo Keamaina Gadudoma Keajage Road. B, Mr. Speaker, report on the status of the rehabilitation works of the following roads. Gakoigo Kiadieri Kangaita Road, and 2, Meringaere Kiawakara Road. C, the intervention by the ministry to ensure that the completion of these projects, including the specific completion date. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The matter is referred to the Chairperson, Transport and Infrastructure and Leadership. You undertake to transmit that information for replies within 2 weeks.
Honorable Speaker, I will do so, and the chairman of transport comes from Kirinyaga, and I'm sure he knows very well the areas that Honorable Guitar is talking about, and I'm sure he'll give a lot of attention. Thank you.
Very well. The other statements, even though the members may not be in the House, we shall give them leverage because they've been waiting for long. Let them not fall. They can come during the next session on Tuesday. The next order.
Order number 11, the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2023, second reading, resumption of debate.
That order is actually moved to the next session. I order that we arrange the order paper so that we move it to the next session because of the high interest by members, especially those from the ASAL and other areas that this equalization fund do affect. And therefore, we move it to the next session. Next order.
Order number 12, the Insurance Professionals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2024, second reading.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Insurance Professionals Bill 2024 is now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, if we will take down the history of insurance, the catastrophic fire of what's called the catastrophic Great Fire of London that happened in 1666 is what highlighted the need to have insurance. And that is when now entities now started thinking about fire insurance. These matters of insurance has grown over the years. In the 18th century is when now we saw the introduction of life insurance, like we call it now. And you've moved so well that now in 2025, we are talking about serious and very new insurance innovations that have been made. Just to name an example of a few, things like on-demand insurance, what you call index-based insurance, micro-insurance, even claims processing and payments, and smart contracts, as the developments that made in the insurance sector from 1966 to where we are now. Honorable Speaker, however, despite insurance in Kenya contributing to 2% of our GDP, the professionals around the insurance sector has remained unregulated. If you check the different professionals, if you go to accountants, for you to practice as an accountant, you have to get a practicing certificate from MISPAC. For you to practice as a lawyer, you need to get a practicing certificate from the Law Society of Kenya. For you to practice as a doctor, you need to get a practicing license from the doctors. For you to be a teacher, you need to get a license from the Teachers Service Commission. But what have we seen in the insurance sector? There has not been any recognition or requirement for regulation of the professionals that operate around the insurance sector. And this, Honorable Speaker, could actually be attributed to why the penetration of insurance in Kenya only remains at around 2%, way less than the global average of around 8%, and way lower than some of economies in the region that we compete with, like South Africa, which is between 4 and 5%. Because when you go to take an insurance product, and when it comes to a period of claim, then someone messes up with your claim payment, or you're not paid, or you realize even some people will give you fraudulent premiums, Honorable Speaker. That person will defraud these clients and then move to a different company, do the same, move to a different company, do the same, and without now a way of tracing these particular professions that like it exists in other professions, is what has brought us to where we are to the low penetration of insurance in the country, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, it is for this reason that myself and the Committee of Finance and National Planning came up with this bill, the Insurance Professionals Bill. Honorable Speaker, the bill is seeking to establish the Insurance Institute of Kenya, which will be the overall professional organ for insurance professionals that shall regulate professional conduct and maintain level of standards and services rendered by the insurance professionals registered under this bill, Honorable Speaker. The bill will help promote the recognition of insurance professionals, not just in Kenya, but across East Africa and the region. The bill is also seeking to have a registration committee that shall consist of members appointed by the council from the membership of the institute, one of whom shall be nominated by the examinations board, And the board, Honorable Speaker, shall be separate. It's very important to say this. The board shall be separate from what the current College of Insurance. Honorable Speaker, like any other professional body, the bill is providing for functions of the Insurance Institute of Kenya to be as follows. 1, to establish, monitor, and promote standards of professional competence and practice amongst insurance professionals. 2, register persons who meet the required professional and ethical standards. Promote research into areas of insurance practice and related matters. Coordinate and oversee continuous professional development of insurance professionals. Provide a medium for communication and exchange of information, knowledge, and ethical standards for those persons engaged in insurance practice. Advise the registration committee on matters relating to registration of insurance professionals. Advise the registration committee on matters relating to grant or practicing certificates. Network with regional and international related bodies to promote and develop progressive insurance practices in the region and around the world. Also to have regard to conduct of persons registered and licensed under this act, and take such disciplinary measures as may be necessary to maintain a proper standard of conduct among such persons. To promote and protect the welfare and interests of insurance professionals. To promote professional, interprofessional collaboration with other professional bodies. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, to carry out functions related to the implementation of this act. Part 4 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, is containing provisions of registration of an insurance professional. And we're saying that the registration committee that is mandated to the registration of the professional registrar of the committee, which will have the following functions: to receive registration and grant practice certificates in accordance with the Act, monitor compliance with professional quality insurance, and other standards published by the Council for Observance by the members of the Institute, where appropriate, and based on the results of a quality insurance investigation, to recommend to the Council that a member's conduct be referred for inquiry, and also to advise the Council on matters pertaining to professional and other standards necessary for the achievement of quality and assurance, and lastly, to perform any other functions that be connected to or incidental here to Honorable Speaker. The bill is seeking to provide for Insurance Professional Examinations Board, which shall have the following functions: to prepare the syllabus for insurance professional examinations, to make rules with respect to insurance professional examinations, to issue certificates to candidates who have satisfied examination requirements for insurance professionals, to promote recognition of its examination for insurance professionals locally and internationally, to liaise with the Cabinet Secretary for the time being, the Minister for Education, in accreditation of institutions to offer professional training for insurance professionals, and lastly, to do any other incidental or conducive to the performance of any other proceeding function, Honorable Speaker. The current arrangement that exists on registering for insurance exams is only available at the College of Insurance here along Mombasa Road. And Honorable Speaker, now you can imagine someone aspiring to be an insurance professional from Mandera, or from Molo, or from Funyula, or from Lamu will have to travel all the way to Nairobi to do those exams. And what you're saying is, can we have opened these exams to be administered by other institutions, including the TVETs in our constituencies, so that the syllabus is set by an independent examination body, training is done by any institution, including TVETs and polytechnics and colleges and universities, and then now once now the student do the exams as per the examination board and pass, then they can apply to the Insurance Institute Insurance Institute now for registration as professionals. And therefore, that means we'll have a record of everyone in this particular sector. And if you have misconduct, that means that your pricing certificate, pricing license can be cancelled, and therefore you will have now to go and make good, Honourable Speaker, the mistake that you may have, Honourable Speaker. Considering the need to save taxpayers' money, Honourable Speaker, the bill has expressly put that it shall not require any money from Exchequer. Let the registration, let the running of this institution, whether it's the examination board, be from the fees they're going to charge for those particular examinations, and the institute from membership fees and training fees that they're going to collect from this particular insurance professionals, Honourable Speaker. So this is a very timely bill in our sector. Again, I believe it's going to really help drive the penetration of our insurance business in this particular country and ensure professionalism in the insurance sector, Honorable Speaker. With that, I beg to move and request the Honorable Professor Wilberforce Oundo, the MP for Funyula, to second.
Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Looking at the time, I would have done a lot of justice, but in the interest of time and in public interest, let me first of all, on the onset, stand to second the Insurance Professional Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, insurance, historically and academically, is a risk transfer mechanism where a person transfers a peril to another party or to another organ that has got the competence to compensate or to make good the peril or the sufferer in the event of a loss. Honorable Speaker, on that score alone, it behooves the society and the country to make sure that all those who practice insurance, in whichever form, be they agents, be they insurance underwriters, be they assessors, and actually the insurance companies themselves, to exhibit some level of professionalism that indeed assures the general public that if I give you instructions, you will execute in such a way, in the event of untimely accidental event happens, I will be fully compensated and ensure I'm put back to the position I was before the accident or peril happened. Honorable Speaker, for many years, this country has literally worked or managed by quacks, let me use the word quacks, in the insurance sector, because there has been no process of holding them accountable. There has been no process of holding them professionally accountable for any mistakes that they do or they make. I know over the years, Honorable Speaker, we have made tremendous efforts. Honorable Speaker, made tremendous efforts to amend the Insurance Act and related legislation to make sure we protect the general public. So therefore, this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, now brings the entire spectrum into some kind of professional organization. Honorable Speaker, indeed the bill is progressive and good, but Honorable Speaker, it contains some provisions from reading that might amount to duplications and unnecessarily bureaucracy that's being introduced. Honorable Speaker, it talks about Professional Examination Board, Registration Committee, Examination something. I would want to urge the committee, and if they allow, at the committee of the whole House, we truly rationalize the bill to make sure that it's less cumbersome and costly. Because by establishing all these sub-organs, subcommittees, offices, Honorable Speaker, it becomes expensive to the insurance professional because they have to pay to sustain all these structures being established here. And as the chair has moved, they will not require any money from the National Treasury or the Exchequer. So it means it becomes a burden to the very people who practice it. So, Honorable Speaker, we therefore need to look at it afresh. Honorable Speaker, as a typical professional organization, they have established a disciplinary committee. Honorable Speaker, a disciplinary committee, those of us who have been here for many years, brings us back to the Kano Disciplinary Committee under the dreaded Okika Mayo, where people would face. These are professional practice. With the proper training, some of the envisaged ills or mistakes being purported here can actually be addressed. So Honorable Party 7 requires a lot of panel beating, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that we deal with the issues at hand. Honorable Speaker, I want again, as I conclude, to sincerely commend the committee, but the committee needs to be magnanimous enough and allow us, at the committee of the whole House, to make suggestions. Some of us having some limited experience in this matter and having taught some of the risk management at the university. And Honorable Speaker, my master's degree was about risk management in real estate. So I have a lot of background information on this matter. With those very many remarks, I second the bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I proceed to propose the question that the Insurance Professionals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2024, be now read a second time. And further, honorable members, because of time, let's be upstanding and also instruct that the debates on the Sausage Bill, the Insurance and Professional Bill, shall resume in the next sitting. Honorable members, and the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 25th February 2025 at 2:30 p.m.